Jeff Bezos shocked the world when he stepped down as CEO of Amazon. Less shocking was his choice for successor. Andy Jassy was not only one of his longest tenured lieutenants, but the architect of Amazon's multi-billion-dollar cloud business, Amazon Web Services, a moonshot that helped transform Amazon into not just e-commerce, but enterprise juggernaut. Jassy then needed to find his own successor, tapping a former colleague who helped grow AWS in its earliest days, but had since left to run Seattle software giant Tableau. His job, to continue the reinvention of AWS and, in turn, Amazon. Joining me on this edition of Bloomberg Studio 1.0, new AWS CEO, Adam Selipsky. You worked for AWS for 11 years and then went on to become CEO of Tableau Software in 2016. Then you get a call from Amazon to come back and run AWS as CEO. Tell me about that call.
Well, I was having a one-on-one at my prior company, and my Apple News alerts went off like everybody else's did, and it said Jeff Bezos is taking on a new role, and Andy Jassy is taking on the CEO role of Amazon. And of course, Andy and I worked shoulder to shoulder, about 20 feet apart for 11 years. So, of course, I reached out and congratulated him, and we started talking. And the conversation turned to just some of the possibilities. And next thing I know, a little while later, here I am back at Amazon, absolutely delighted and honored to be the CEO of AWS and helping to shepherd this amazing business for our customers.
In that process, did you talk to Jeff as well?
Yeah, I had some communication, but it was principally with Andy, who of course was knew the AWS business best, and of course was taking on the CEO role. But yeah, there was contact, as you might expect, with a small handful of other people.
So what did Andy tell you he wanted in the next chapter for AWS?
Andy reminded me, not that I needed reminding, but that it is really still day one for AWS and for our customers. It is still so early in this business, and we shouldn't think that just because the business has grown rapidly, or just because we're currently the leader in the cloud, that it's anything close to mature. And so he really reminded me that we have to stay hungry, innovate as quickly as we ever have done in the past.
You're about half a year into the job. Mm-hmm. What changed while you were gone that surprised you?
Well, I think that so many more customers have really adopted the cloud and have really decided that they're going all in. So, I mean, it was a pretty decent-sized business when I left, but it's really grown, and the customer base has really expanded. And so now we have very deep relationships at the CEO level, the CIO level, across every country, every industry, every use case, and we're regularly interacting with the most senior people at our client organizations.
So you were working at Real Networks
yes.
in the early 2000s, mm-hmm. and I understand you were offered a job at AWS without even really knowing what it was. I guess AWS was in stealth mode.
Well, it was very secret, so it was hard that the company didn't want to talk too much about it, but of course we had to talk a certain amount about it. So the call I got went something like, we have this initiative to turn the guts of Amazon inside out and expose it to other people. And it sounded intriguing, although I confess I didn't fully understand what that was all about. So I came in and started talking to Andy and a few of the other senior leaders, and eventually to Jeff. And I would have to say that even by the time I took the job, I thought I mostly understand what they're talking about, and it sounds like a good idea, and I'm in. But I also was like, well, we'll just have to see how it goes, and Amazon's a big place. And so I think we've got a lot of intent to succeed here. And that's the thing that impressed me, was Amazon really had the desire and the intent and the belief that this could be a really good business.
AWS comes out of stealth mode and is the first to market with a cloud infrastructure service in 2006. How important was that first start? And do you think AWS still has an advantage today because of that?
I think the time to market advantage that we had, which was probably honestly 5 to 7 years head start before other companies really started to take this seriously, was an enormous. Frankly, it was just one of the biggest things that happened to us in the early years. Because at the beginning, a lot of people didn't get it. I would get asked a lot in 2006, so what does this have to do with selling books? And I even had a slide with kind of a pile of books on it and a question mark next to it. And the answer was, it has nothing to do with selling books, but the technology which enables us to sell books, being global, being at a massive scale, being secure, being low cost, being highly performant, all that technology has everything to do with offering these types of services externally.
Now, AWS isn't a scrappy startup anymore, and you do have big rivals, even though AWS is still the leader. Microsoft and Google are big rivals. How do you make sure that being big doesn't slow you down?
It's a great question, because we are currently the leader, and I mean, depending on which third party you look at, we're probably a little bit more than twice as big as number 2. And it's really important to continue to act as if we're insurgents, and to be insurgents, and not to start to act like incumbents. And I like to talk about actually managing the business. We want our senior leaders to be managing product and managing customers. And I think as you get bigger and you put more and more layers into your company, it's all too frequent that you start managing math. You start managing ratios and percentages and growth. And I think it's a real disease if you stray away from really focusing in a deep way on the product you're building and in a deep way on what your customers are telling you. And so we try and organize, both with our org structure as well as just with our culture and what we choose to focus on really making sure that everybody is thinking about one or both of those two things, product and customers. And if you keep even the most senior leaders engaged at that level, then all of a sudden you maintain the urgency and you keep acting like an insurgent. We got to feel that urgency every day.
So keep acting like an insurgent. That's the motto.
Absolutely, and structure yourself and build a culture that allows you to. It's one thing to say it, but it's easy to say it, but it's much harder to put in place the enabling mechanisms that enable you to do so. And we focus a lot of effort on those mechanisms.
Now, do you think the cloud keeps getting bigger and that AWS and Microsoft and Google just get bigger pieces of an ever-expanding pie? Or at some point, does it become a zero-sum game and that fight for market share becomes more brutal and more bloody?
Well, I mean, this is a very large market segment. If you look at global IT spend, it's in the trillions of dollars. I've seen estimates like $3 trillion. It doesn't really matter how many trillions it is. It's very, very large. And we've always believed that this was too good a market segment opportunity for there really to only be one winner. And sure enough, you've seen robust competition emerge, and we all compete vigorously. But the segment is just growing so rapidly that I think really for us, we believe that the winning business strategy for a long time to come, and I would maintain forever, is to focus not on the competitors, but to focus maniacally on customers and wake up every day understanding exactly what it is that they need us to build next, and then work backwards from there, back internally to how can we build those things. And if we do the best job at building the most quickly the things that are most important for our customers, then I'm really not worried about what the competitors will do.
You worked 10 feet away from Andy Jassy in the early days. Tell us something about the Amazon CEO that no one knows but you.
You're going to get me in trouble, aren't you?
you worked 10 feet away from Andy Jassy in the early days. Tell us something about the Amazon CEO that no one knows but you.
You're going to get me in trouble, aren't you? I grew up in Seattle, and Andy, coming from New York, has this fascination I don't understand with New York sports teams. So I've had to endure that for a lot of years. New Yorkers, yeah. So what are you going to do? Although he's I think come to adopt some of the Seattle teams, particularly the new hockey team, the Kraken here.
As he should.
As he should, exactly.
So how do you expect Andy will be different from Jeff? Or how has Andy already been different from Jeff?
Well, I think we're all different as leaders. I think it's all important that it's important that we all bring our own stamp to it and operate within ourselves. I don't think I would be a very good Andy. I don't want to presume, but I would assume that Andy wouldn't be a great Jeff, because Jeff's Jeff, Andy's Andy, and I'm me. So I think that Andy will certainly bring a great depth of experience from AWS, which is one important part of the business, and having operated that business for so long, and I expect that'll also give him an opportunity, although he was involved in other parts of Amazon certainly for a number of years. We'll be able to bring a fresh perspective to the whole company, just as I hope to bring to AWS. And I think that fresh perspective is often helpful. I think just the mere act of change is useful for the business, for customers, for employees, and just to shake things up a little bit. So I think just a fresh perspective.
How will you be different from Andy?
Well, I think that the world around us is changing so much that we're going to have to be different. It doesn't matter what we did yesterday. And right after I joined, we actually added 2 new leadership principles, which is very exciting. One's around striving to be Earth's best employer, and the second around focusing on the fact that success and scale bring broad responsibility. And those are things about which I personally am very passionate. And so I really personally look forward to digging in and helping the company to figure out what are those things that we have to figure out. Where can we innovate to be Earth's best employer? And then also to figure out externally, what can we do to really be great citizens of our local communities, to be great citizens of our national communities, and to be great citizens of the global community. And I care a lot about those things, as a lot of other people do here, but I plan to put a good amount of energy and time and focus, and hopefully help Amazon innovate in all of those areas.
How closely do you work with Andy day to day? Does he, regularly weigh in on AWS decisions or not?
Well, he's got a pretty broad scope of things to worry about now, so he's got a pretty intense day job, I believe. So he's really focused across the company, as you would expect him to be. But that being said, obviously AWS remains an important part of Amazon, and so we touch base regularly, be it in person or via email, just on the most important things going on in the business.
Does Jeff ever weigh in on AWS decisions?
Yes, I mean, really from the beginning. Jeff was involved at the very, very beginning at some of the most fundamental decisions. How do you price EC2? What do you name S3? What does the detail page look like? Obviously, over time, the business grew, and but Jeff was always available when we needed him, and I certainly anticipate that'll be the same going forward.
So is he still available now? And what do you understand that Jeff's priorities are?
Sure. Well, I'll let Jeff speak to his own priorities, but certainly Jeff has been available when, for example, we've been doing our annual planning cycle, as many companies have, and it's been great to have Jeff weigh in on really where we're heading for the next year and beyond, and to just make sure it's easy to get focused on the details of the business, and it's great to have multiple people who can help you pick your eyes up a little bit.
Now, you joined AWS in the middle of a pandemic. You came back to AWS in the middle of a pandemic. That's hopefully moving into the rearview mirror. Moderna is one of AWS's biggest customers. If it weren't for the cloud, if it weren't for AWS, would we have had a vaccine as quickly as we did?
I've got to tell you, Emily, it's been an absolute privilege for us to work with Moderna, because what they're doing obviously is literally life-saving, and they've been so innovative and so creative. So Moderna took a drug development process to get to a vaccine candidate. That process would typically have taken them 20 months. And doing that on AWS in conjunction with all the innovation on their side reduced that 20 months to 42 days. 42 days to get the vaccine candidate, the mRNA vaccine candidate for COVID-19. And that was really running multiple parts of Moderna on AWS. So if you look at the drug design part, they had their drug design studio running on AWS, all the way to manufacturing with the new digitized manufacturing that they call their digital manufacturing platform. So it's really end-to-end, and the ability to use massive amounts of resources and to pick the exact type of service and capability for each part of the job, and to really bring the full set of resources to bear. In addition to not having to focus on the IT and the infrastructure and the technology, and rather letting Moderna focus on the all-important job of drug discovery. So working in partnership, it was just magnificent to see what they accomplished.
Since you joined AWS, a number of longtime AWS leaders have moved on to Microsoft, to Stripe, to Tableau. Does that concern you?
Well, actually, retention has been very good. If you mentioned the senior leaders, if you look at the VP plus ranks, the VP and above ranks at Amazon, the average tenure is over a decade, over 10 years. So that's actually very, very strong retention. So of course, you're always going to have some level of people coming and people going, and at the end of the day, that's actually healthy for the business. You want new perspectives to come in, of course, in the right proportion.
Amazon has opened an investigation after 550 employees supported a petition claiming a culture of discrimination, harassment, bullying, and bias. What's the status of this?
Well, we are incredibly focused, and I personally believe it's incredibly important to really have a very diverse, inclusive and equitable environment. And we're going to make sure that whatever it takes, that we've got that. So we believe that we're really doing a lot of things to deliver on that. And we've got a lot of innovative efforts around bringing in a diverse workforce, which we have to have, both because we're going to serve our customers best. They're diverse. We have to match that diversity. And also, I just believe it's our responsibility and it's the right thing to do. Anytime there is any possibility that things are not, something has not gone the way we want it to, we're going to investigate it thoroughly. That's what we're in the middle of doing in this case, and we'll make sure that we're operating in a way that's consistent with our values, and that's always the only goal.
If you could rewind to the early 2000s, the earliest days of AWS, is there anything you would have done differently to build an inclusive culture, to start with a more inclusive culture, to make sure that it didn't become a boys' club?
Well, I don't think that's what we have. I think that we do have a really fun, exciting, innovation-led, and inclusive culture. And that being said, these are hard problems. I think we've done a lot, but we are nowhere close to where we need to be. We're going to be restless and dissatisfied with our progress on DE&I, just as we are with every other part of our business.
Mark Zuckerberg is making a big bet on the metaverse. How big do you think it's going to be?
It's such an interesting sentence. The metaverse is real.
AWS has the biggest trove of sensitive corporate data in the world. I'm curious how you think about the balance between data and privacy and freedom and civil liberties in the modern era. I mean, there are governments, there are nation states around the world that want that information. Hackers and criminals want that information.
Well, we're very clear to start with that our first job is security. We often say security is job zero. It was on the first page of our operating plan pretty much every year that I can remember.
But what about when governments request that information? So, subpoena that information?
Sure. Well, we are very clear that our customers' data is their data. So the data belongs to our customers, and not everybody operates that way. We are not going to look at customers' data. We are not going to compete against our customers using their data. Their data is their data. And furthermore, we have all sorts of architectural best practices that our customers should be and are using for any sensitive data. And so a lot of that really relies around encryption. And so we've built a lot of different encryption capabilities so that any sensitive data, which could leak for any reason, be it to a government, be it to a hacker, be it to anyone else, any form of security breach, that it's encrypted and useless to anybody else. Given the broad array of encryption solutions that we provide, it's actually very doable and powerful for our customers to safeguard their data that way.
Mark Zuckerberg is making a big bet on the metaverse. Is AWS going to have a role in the metaverse?
I think AWS already has a big role in the metaverse. So I think the cloud enables the metaverse. So if you think about all of the compute capacity, all of the storage, all of the machine learning which is required to create compelling and delightful end user experiences in the metaverse, a lot of that is already today running on AWS. So if you take Epic Games, for example, so Epic runs Fortnite, massively popular game, 350 million users worldwide, and Epic runs almost everything on AWS, from the back-end servers to the analytics and everything in between. So I think that's a great example of the metaverse at work, and all that's happening today on AWS. And we anticipate that's only going to grow really rapidly in the future.
How big do you think it's going to be?
It's such an interesting sentence. The metaverse is real, and yet it's virtual at the same time. I think that if we continue to do what we've always done, which is to provide a technology platform that allows organizations to transform, then these gaming and entertainment and social media and other companies will be able to do what they do best, which is to focus on innovating on behalf of their end users. And I think that the metaverse and many other areas will be rich with invention.
So this next conversation will happen in the spheres, in the metaverse. That's where we'll next meet. How about that?
That could be. I'll meet you in the metaverse.
All right. See you there. Now, I know that climate change, and stopping climate change, and your data center footprint is a big passion of yours. How fast will Amazon's data centers get to carbon neutral?
Amazon is already the largest purchaser of renewable energy in the world. And we intend to be 100% renewable energy by the year 2025. We had originally said 2030. We actually accelerated that by 5 years to 2025. And that's part of our broader climate pledge that Amazon created, and to which we've now gotten 200 other organizations to sign on to. And the climate pledge is to be net zero carbon by 2040, 10 years ahead of the Paris Accord targets. Yeah. So we know how to do some of that. Other part are going to require invention, but we really look forward to it, and I think it's one of the most important things we can do for our generation.
Amazon counts some of the biggest oil and gas producers as its customers. Isn't that a contradiction? Should you be kicking them off your platforms? Those
customers are trying to get to sustainable business models which rely on new energy sources. And so many of those customers are figuring out how do they get to wind, how do they get to solar, how do they get into batteries, all new business models relying on renewable energy. And I think rather than abandoning them and having them maybe dig in more on fossil fuels, if we can enable them to move faster, to be more innovative, and to be more agile in figuring out new business models, new technical solutions, experimenting, failing fast, and moving on to the next idea, then the whole world will get to the renewable energy solutions that we need.
At this year's reInvent conference, it'll be the first time that Andy Jassy is not giving the keynote. You will be. Give us a preview. What can we expect to hear?
I think we're going to have a lot of really exciting announcements. So I think across our service portfolio, you'll see that. We have a lot of exciting partner announcements. The partner ecosystem still remains, to this day, so important to what AWS is doing, and we have some great announcements lined up for that. And then I think people are going to want to see that we're making it easier and easier for them to consume the cloud and to work with AWS. And so we're going to continue to, in addition to building more powerful basic capabilities, we're going to continue to make it easier and easier in a variety of ways to interact with AWS.
Adam Selipsky, CEO of AWS, thank you so much for joining us.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
All right, so here we are in front of the elephants.
Since this very first YouTube video was uploaded 16 years ago, the world's most popular video network has exploded to more than 2 billion users in the farthest corners of the planet, now raking in billions of dollars every year. It's evolved a long way from cat videos to become a one-click journey to the center of the zeitgeist, pop culture, and kid culture, amplifying some of the brightest and sometimes darkest traits in all of us. While YouTube has elevated a generation of creators and educated and entertained generations of viewers, it's fought misinformation, terrorism, racism, and violence many clicks along the way. Lately, YouTube's biggest battles are focused on eliminating COVID and vaccine misinformation and keeping the platform safe for kids and teens. On this edition of Bloomberg Studio 1.0, we rewind to talk about where YouTube has been and fast forward to where it's going next with one of the longest tenured employees and women at Google, the CEO of YouTube, Susan Wojcicki.
It's been 5 years since we last talked on camera. Yes. And we have a new president. We are weathering a pandemic. The most watched video on YouTube is
Baby Shark.
Baby Shark. So a lot's changed since 2016. How do you feel about YouTube 2021 versus 2016?
I feel good about it. It's definitely been a while, and in technology, things move so quickly. So a lot of things have changed since 2016. And I mean, overall, I've been really pleased that we've continued to grow and grow our ecosystem of creators. We've invested a lot in responsibility, and that's been a really big focus for us. And we've weathered through a pandemic and a lot of hard challenges, but overall, I'm feeling really good.
You've been at Google for 20 plus years, going all the way back to Larry and Sergey in the garage. You've been the CEO of YouTube for 7 plus years. How has your job changed in that time?
Since I joined being the CEO of YouTube, I would say one of the biggest things that has changed certainly has just been maybe the recognition of the importance of digital video. So when I first joined, actually a lot of people would say, oh, like, why did you join? I was running ads beforehand, and that's been the main way Google generates revenue. And so a lot of people said, like, why did you leave that and go to YouTube? But I always believed in digital video. And I believe that now we see that the world also believes. We've seen a lot of adoption of digital video and the benefits that can have.
You've championed this diversification strategy at YouTube since you started. What's working and what's not working?
Well, our main way of generating revenue is from advertising, but we also have really grown our subscription revenue, and that has been really, really important for many different reasons. So that has enabled our users to have an experience where they can have music, YouTube Music and Premium. We just announced the 50 million subscribers that we were really excited about. But we also see other ways that our creators generate revenue. So our creators, for example, generate revenue with channel subscriptions. They may sell merchandise. We also have things like digital goods, so like Super Chat, Super Thanks. And so we've basically diversified the number of ways that our ecosystem is generating revenue.
The original tagline for YouTube was broadcast yourself, and that concept has exploded. You have ordinary people in the spotlight. When they grow up, they want to be an influencer. They want to be a YouTube star or a YouTube creator. What do you see as the future of the creator economy?
I see a lot of possibility with the creator economy, and because I see that many people have a lot of interest and they have a lot to offer, and beforehand they wouldn't have been able to have shared that with the world. And so there's so many people, depending upon what their talent or their interest is, whether it's a sport or cooking or gaming or hairstyles, that people have come out and really been able to share that and create a lot of jobs. So we actually see we actually saw a 35% increase in the number of creators that are generating six-figure income out of YouTube and in the last year. And so that's just an example of like how the creator economy is continuing to grow.
Well, and for years, YouTube was the only company that actually paid creators. But now a lot of companies are paying creators. You know, Facebook and Instagram, Snap, TikTok. How do you see that competition playing out? Who wins?
Well, it is a competitive landscape, and in general, competition's good. It makes everyone work harder, and that's good. We look at creators and we say they're going to come to us if we do the best job. And creators come to us looking basically for fame and fortune. Like, how can I have a skill or I have a talent, something I want to share with the world, and YouTube can help that be known, can help them provide that fame, but also we can generate revenue for them. And so as long as we're doing a good job of that, creators are going to come to us. If we start to fail, then they're going to leave us and they're going to go to another platform. And so we just need to work really hard to make sure that we deliver that for our creators.
A year ago, during the Black Lives Matter protest, YouTube made big commitments to Black creators in particular. What's been the progress there? And how do you see YouTube, the potential for YouTube to be used as a tool for social justice?
Well, so we'd made an announcement that we were going to do a $100 million Black Voices Fund. And so we're continuing to develop content there. But one of the other things, and I think there's been a lot of great content that's come out, and we'll certainly see more. But because YouTube doesn't have any gatekeepers, like you can just post and become a creator. We have seen a lot of people of different backgrounds and underrepresented backgrounds become creators and have audiences. We never really measured it beforehand because we didn't have a way. And so one of the things that we've done is we've enabled creators to now tell us what backgrounds they affiliate with, so we can have a better understanding of how they're doing on our platform.
Let's talk about YouTube Shorts. It seems to be a top priority.
Yeah.
We all know that TikTok is on the rise.
Yeah.
How important are YouTube Shorts to the platform, to the company?
So YouTube Shorts is very important. We see that creators and users want to watch all types of content, long form, short form. It turns out that the first video that was actually ever uploaded to YouTube, me at the zoo, was an 18-second video. So it was a short form video. And we have lots of short form videos, and we've had it way before TikTok did. But what we have really been leaning into more is just enabling those to be found, and then a lot of the creation tools. And so bringing a lot more mobile creation is really important for us going forward.
Did you notice that viewing time was being lost to TikTok? Did you see that trend? And do you see TikTok as a sort of existential threat?
I mean, we definitely see many competitors in this space. What we're just focused on are our own metrics, like do we see our users engaging? Where's our opportunity? And we're always looking around and seeing what our competitors are doing. And if they're doing something that we think would be good for our users and our creators, we're also gonna look at how we can improve our own economy, creator economy, and what's good for our users.
I think a lot of people, we talk about vaccine hesitancy and they blame social media. They say YouTube's not doing enough.
One of the big things for us is to continue to work with public health experts to get their messages across.
Today's your big day. Are you excited?
Mama is tired.
6 feet apart!
You have to feed your creativity.
Built this tree house.
You guys ready for the movie?
See what we can do.
At this point, YouTube has become a hub for discovery, for information, for, it satisfies our curiosities, right? That comes with a lot of inspiration, but also with misinformation. When it comes to vaccines, vaccine hesitancy, videos that cause a public health risk, where do you want to see YouTube do better?
We've taken responsibility very seriously. It's been one of my top priorities. So first of all, we want to make sure that if there's information that violates our policies, we came up with 10 different policies around COVID. Then if that's a violation of policies, then that's something that we'll remove. We removed over 1 million videos associated with COVID, but we also want to make sure that we're raising up information that we think that come from trusted and authoritative sources. And we've really been able to do that.
I think a lot of people, we talk about vaccine hesitancy and they blame social media. They say YouTube's not doing enough, How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, first of all, we're always learning. Just to be fair, we're always thinking about how can we do better. We're looking at the feedback and working with public health experts across the board. And, I think one of the big things for us is to continue to work with public health experts to understand, what are the ways that we can partner with them to get their messages across. And I really believe that is something that's really changed is the evolution of bringing creators, musicians, experts talking about public health. We never would have seen that before the pandemic.
How much do you internalize the criticism of YouTube's content? Do you take it personally? And how does that influence the decisions that you make as CEO?
I want to be doing the right thing, and I care about that. I care about the legacy that we leave. I care about the world that we leave to our children. I care about how media is consumed by the next generation and by everyone today. And so I really have put a lot of time and effort to make sure that we are acting responsibly. And there's always a balance between the free speech and the right, but being responsible and taking down content that we think could lead to some kind of real world harm. And so, sure, I think whenever you're in a position like that, there's going to be a lot of criticism. But our goal is just to continue to talk to experts and evolve.
And how do you make decisions in those tough moments where it's a tough call? Like, how much of it is making a decision or leading by consensus, and how much does it come down to you?
The goal is that when we have tough decisions, they are like improvising in some way. Like, we've made a concrete set of decisions beforehand, and then we're looking and saying, is this something that meets our standards? Is it a violation or not a violation? And if it seems like there's some set of issues with the content that we have on the platform, we're going to go back to experts and then reevaluate. Should we be making changes to our policies?
YouTube helped keep a generation of children connected, educated, entertained, distracted through the pandemic. What have you learned from that experience, and what do you see as the potential future of YouTube as a tool for learning, as a tool in schools?
When I meet people and they find out I'm the CEO of YouTube, almost always they tell me about something they learned on YouTube or something their family member learned. So I see that as being a very significant part of YouTube. And during the pandemic, we certainly saw that a lot more education went online, and we had all the homeschooling. We had people who had to also just learn a lot of skills that they hadn't learned beforehand. But probably the biggest thing that we also learned was and that I really saw, was a need for us to continue to work with educational institutions, and the need for us to be able to integrate with some of the learning tools that the kids are all using, because they are using YouTube, and there's a lot more that we can do to really help educators have YouTube be a key part of the curriculum.
My kids are on YouTube a lot, and sometimes more than I want them to be, and sometimes it's super productive and they're learning something cool, and sometimes it's not productive at all. How are you innovating to make the time that kids spend on YouTube more valuable and, of course, safe?
It's very important to me as a parent to make sure that we're giving parents options about what they want their kids to see. And that's one of the reasons that pretty much as soon as I got to YouTube, we started working on YouTube Kids, which is a separate app, which is important for kids in terms of how we can control the quality, and we can give parents a lot more control about what kind of content is appropriate for them and their family. And there are many other things, like we actually just came out with a supervised experience for tweens, because tweens was one of the age groups that was actually hardest. They usually don't want to be on the kids app, but they're not 13 to be on the main app, and so the supervised experience is something that we recently came out with.
The Wall Street Journal has been doing some in-depth reporting on Facebook. The report is that Facebook knew that Instagram was toxic for teen girls and didn't do anything about it. Does YouTube look at the impact it has on teen users, the influence it might have on someone's body image or self-esteem?
First of all, I think it's a very important topic, and we do have a panel of experts that we work with to be able to help us understand what are the different ways that our product could be used, or how do we face some of these challenging issues to make sure that we're getting the best advice. We certainly do see, for a lot of really tough issues, that YouTube can be a really valuable resource. So body positivity, mental health, we see a lot of creators actually talk about mental health, and that for a lot of kids, it like destigmatizes and enables people to talk about what's happening and what's going on with them.
The potential long-term impacts of YouTube on teens and on children, whether it is toxic or whether it's addictive, is that something that you wonder about? Is that something that you struggle with, not just as a CEO, but as a mom?
We certainly want to make sure that we are doing what we can to be responsible with kids and in every way possible. And that's one of the reasons that we actually have worked hard to give parents as many options as possible for them to decide what is important for them and their family, whether that's like limiting screen time, like limiting what is the content they actually have access to. I mean, even letting parents just say, these are like the 10 videos. My kid can only see these 10 videos. And so that is really important for us to give the tools back to parents for them to decide what is best for them and their family.
Are you concerned about looming regulation?
There may be regulation that is well-intended, but actually then has a really negative impact.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack on the United States Capitol. Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem.
How much did President Trump test YouTube, and how much did it test you as a leader?
Election integrity is something that we see incredibly important, and we've leaned into in every way we possibly can. We treat all public figures and all public leaders the same as we treat any individual. And so meaning that everybody is held to the same standards. And so we definitely held President Trump as we would hold all other presidents and all other elected officials to the same standards that we hold our creators and anyone else on YouTube.
But was that difficult for you as the CEO of the company? I mean, that's like a big responsibility.
I mean, yeah, it is difficult, but it is very important. And we also are global. So we're dealing with leaders from all over the world. And there were a number of leaders and there continue to be a number of leaders that post or that there's content that may be a violation of our policies. But we do hold a consistent standard across everything that we do.
YouTube was the last platform to ban Trump, and you have said his channel will be reinstated when an elevated risk of violence has subsided. How and when specifically will you make that decision?
Well, we'll make that decision based on a number of different factors, whether that is like events in the news, signals we're seeing from the government, and we'll certainly continue to evaluate that based on a large number of signals that we see.
And will he ultimately be reinstated?
I mean, we've stated that we will reinstate him when we believe that there is no risk to public safety or no public danger.
Google just removed a voting app for Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Yeah. The Russian government seems to be stepping up requests to take down content. You've talked in the past about your family history, your grandparents living behind the Iron Curtain, being concerned about censorship back then. And Russia is a huge YouTube audience.
Yeah.
How concerned are you about Russian government overreach?
One of the things that is important to us at YouTube is the fact that we do enable so many voices and that we do enable people to express themselves and really celebrate the freedom of speech. and we certainly, that's a core value of ours. But when we work with governments, there are many things that we have to take in consideration, like whether it's like local laws or what's happening on the ground. And so there's always going to be multiple considerations that we're going to have to take into consideration.
Navalny said that YouTube deleted a video, one of his videos. Was that at the request of the Russian government?
We certainly get requests from governments, and we look and consider why are we getting the request, what's actually happening on the ground, and based on a whole bunch of different factors, we make a decision. So we don't always, those are not always requests that make sense for us to honor, but in certain cases, we will honor them in that country.
The Biden administration seems to be targeting big tech. We've seen Mark Zuckerberg, we've seen Jack Dorsey now testify before Congress multiple times. And I've heard it said that YouTube is getting a pass. Do you think you should be up there testifying?
Well, I think we do get a lot of scrutiny. I feel like there's a lot of scrutiny. And because YouTube is part of Google, Sundar has testified a number of different times and answered many different questions on YouTube. So I do believe there's a certain amount of scrutiny. And if I were ever asked to testify, I certainly would go and testify as well.
You're one of the most senior women at Google, if not the most senior woman at Google. Google has faced a lot of scrutiny for how it treats women in recent years. How much progress do you think Google has made in hiring and promoting women across the company? And how much progress do you think still needs to be made?
I see a really big effort across technology as a whole to be able to be more inclusive. And I think that is really positive. I've been a big supporter of it since the very beginning. And I mean, I think at Google, there are many efforts and there's a lot of work that has been done. And I'm sure there's a lot more for us to continue to do. And if you just look at the stats, you can see there are not enough women. We need more women in technology. And I think we have made a lot of progress, but it's still hard. It's hard to be, it's harder to be a woman in technology. It's harder to be a minority of any kind. And so I think there's still a lot of work for us to do.
When we last spoke 5 years ago, I asked you about being a mom. You have 5 kids, and you said something that really stuck with me. You said being a mom makes me a better leader. I prioritize better. I see something growing fast, and I run towards that. If something's growing closely, I'm like, I don't have time for that. How has that management strategy played out for you?
I think it's played out really well. I think it's been, prioritization is everything when you look at it, because we have a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of moving pieces, very dynamic environment. So if you can prioritize and say, these are like the most important things to do, then you're gonna get there faster.
Larry and Sergey have now left. How long do you plan to keep running YouTube? How long do you plan to stay at Google?
As long as I have a mission that I believe in and things that I'm excited about getting done. So I have a lot of ways that I see that YouTube can continue to grow. I have a lot of products and ideas and things that aren't yet released and things that we aren't yet doing. And I'm excited about getting those done. So I think if there comes a time where I no longer have a list of projects, where I feel like I don't have that much more to add, then it'll be probably time to do something else.
Would you throw your hat into the ring to be Alphabet's next CEO? Or if the board asked you, would you step up and do that?
Well, I think Sundar's doing a great job. I'm very pleased. I think he's doing, it's a very challenging job. There's a lot of different constituents and a lot of product, a lot of different issues. And I'll just say I'll always do whatever would be wherever I could be most helpful to the company.
Do you still talk much to Larry and Sergey?
I do still see them socially, though, not work-wise.
Do you ever talk about work?
Sometimes maybe casually, but our business is very complex right now. And there's a lot of things that are happening. And so it's hard for, people may have different opinions, but to really engage, it's a long conversation.
What do you want your legacy to be?
I am proud of the way that we've been able to enable people to have a channel, to have an audience. Like, I just met with a number of three creators, and like YouTube really was able to let them shine and create audiences in a business and employ people that otherwise never would have happened. And so that's certainly one. Continuing to grow that. I'd say second, it's been really important to me too to see a lot more women in technology. That has been just a personal goal of mine, is to be a role model and try to support women. And I feel very fortunate to have gotten to where I have, and I know it was due to many different factors. And I want to support the next generation of women and see technology as an open place where anyone can come and be successful. And then probably lastly, continue to grow what we're doing with education.
Susan Wojcicki, CEO of YouTube. Really great to have you on the
Thank you
show
so
today.
much for having me.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. Our top stories this morning.
Loretta Mester says that the Fed is just at the beginning of raising rates. Meanwhile, Jay Powell insists a recession can be avoided, but warns the task is getting tougher.
The path back to 2% inflation while still sustaining a strong labor market. We believe we can do that. That is our aim. There's no guarantee that we can do that. It's obviously something that's going to be quite challenging, and I would also say that the events of the last few months have made it significantly more challenging.
China's economy shows further signs of improvement, but President Xi Jinping is sticking with COVID-0, saying strategies such as herd immunity would have unimaginable consequences.
President Biden praises Turkey's Erdogan for finally relenting to Sweden and Finland joining NATO and for helping to get grain out of the Ukraine.
And Uber raises fares in the United Arab Emirates for the second time this year amid a surge in gasoline prices that has outpaced the increases in neighbouring oil-rich states. It's just gone 8 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Menace Cranny in Dubai.
And I'm Yusuf Gamenadine right alongside you. So stock futures leaning to the downside. We have the China data to digest. And finally, Wall Street analysts are moving on some of the earnings estimate. JP Morgan downgrading some of the biggest tech companies on the S&P 500 mini were called down by about 0.3%. What really stood out to me is this note from George Ball, a 60-year Wall Street veteran. He says the S&P 500 will sink to 3,100. That's 35% of where we are now. He says that would be just a normal cyclical adjustment. What also caught my attention is some of the earnings announcements and guidance, specifically from Restoration Hardware. So every day we talk about this high-end home furnishing in the U.S. The stock is sliding after cutting revenue forecasts on slowing demand. The dire macro warning, they're seeing revenues contracting 2 to 5 digits in 2023. Currently, we are down in a post-market about 5%. The consumer is in trouble. The struggle is clear as daylight on days like this. Bed Bath & Beyond is another example. Cruise stocks getting beached. I want to talk about energy also because oil is set for the first monthly decline this year before the OPEC Plus meeting. Basically, the rubber stamping is expected of a modest increase, sure. But what really stood out was the inventory data out of the United States. Stockpiles there got released, and that shows that it's tight everywhere. RBC saying $150, $175 a barrel, $200 a barrel at the end of this year. Pick your number, because it all speaks in favor of that kind of scenario, Manus.
The question for the bond market, Yusuf, is whether they're ready to declare that central banks are winning the fight on inflation. Now, you've seen rates tip a little bit higher, ever so slightly this morning. Two messages come through loud and clear from the Fed. Loretta Mester say it's wrong. It would be more costly to believe that inflation expectations are well anchored. Yes, the break-evens have rolled over dramatically. The 5-year break-evens have imploded from 3.1% down, from 3.76% down to 2.61%. So inflation expectations are rolling over. So what does the bond market think? Well, the Fed's looking for 4% at the end of next year. This is what the DEC spread is saying. Already they are pricing in 3% by the end of the year next year. So 3.08%. That is 50 basis points below where December futures are indicated at the moment. So the bond market is beginning to believe that the shakedown from the central banks is beginning to work. What does that mean for the dollar? Let's have a look at the dollar. I mean, you're up 7.5% year to date. It was up 9% at its zenith. But you hear Powell talking about the inflation fight will cause a bit of pain. In that sense of pain, in terms of raising rates and economic pain, where do you want to be? And as Loretta Mester says, we are just at the beginning of raising rates. So there's a tussle between the market and the Fed, as usual. Juliet Sally tussles with the Asian market session every day. What's going on, Jules?
Well, it is a bit of a tussle because, Manus, you mentioned there that better than expected PMI data that we had coming through out of China. But at the same time, you've got President Xi still saying that the path for them is COVID-0. But you also had that relaxation of some of those quarantine restrictions in place earlier in the week. So you are seeing an upside in China's CSI 300, very much taking that positive momentum. And as we know, we've been talking about this market getting very close to bull market territory. Hong Kong is a little bit more flat, and we are seeing weakness in some of the other markets across Asia. Asia, and this is as we continue to really be worried by global growth concerns. The Nikkei there down by about 1.5%. It's certainly been a better session for Asian currencies, though, today, and that is on the back of that PMI data. We've had the yuan gain, we've had South Korea's won rebound as well. Fiona Lim, who manages FX over at Malayan Bank here in Singapore, saying that this better PMI print out of China could be soothing sentiment and give a bit of a breather for Asian currencies, which are actually on track for their worst quarter since 1997, creating a different dilemma for central bankers in this region. Let's quickly have a look at that PMI data. I know you're going to get into it with more detail with Enda, but it was a beat in terms of that official PMI, 50.2 from 49.6 in May. That's the first time since February we have seen that back in that expansionary territory, and the non-manufacturing at its highest in more than a year. Still a lot of challenges, though, for this economy, and still overall estimates of about 4.1% growth for China this year, Manus, which is well down from that 5.5% that they had flagged.
Yep, well, certainly going down in history as the worst first half for a number of sectors of the market. Jules, we'll catch up with you a little bit later on. So Jay Powell, he says the U.S. economy is in strong shape and the central bank can reduce inflation without causing a recession, even though that task has become trickier.
The path back to 2% inflation while still sustaining a strong labor market. We believe we can do that. That is our aim. There's no guarantee that we can do that. It's obviously something that's going to be quite challenging, and I would also say that the events of the last few months have made it significantly more challenging.
Meanwhile, Powell's colleague Loretta Mester says the Fed is only at the beginning of raising rates. Let's get more with our global economics and policy editor, Kathleen Hayes. Kathleen, good to have you with us. So it was an overall hawkish tone from that panel that Francine moderated. Your first take?
Well, when it comes to Jay Powell, and I think he's the person who sort of led the pack today, he is ready. He's made it very clear he is ready to risk recession in order to get inflation down. He said the big risk is the Fed doesn't do enough, not enough to fight inflation. The big risk isn't recession. When he was asked about this very question, could you push too far? Listen to how he responded.
Is there a risk that we would go too far? Certainly there's a risk. But I wouldn't agree that it's the biggest risk to the economy. I think that, the bigger mistake to make, let's put it that way, would be to fail to restore price stability.
Powell said there's a clock running. You can't let inflation expectations get entrenched. This is classic central banker mini-max strategy. You minimize the worst, the maximum mistake you could make. And in his eyes, in the Fed's eyes, a recession, yes, it wouldn't be nice, but the worst outcome would be inflation that doesn't come down, a Fed that has to be even more aggressive. Loretta Mester says the Fed has to act forcefully. In her remarks at Centra, she also pointed out the Fed research shows that you get better outcomes when the Fed worries too much about inflation expectations, not when it doesn't worry enough. As you said, just the beginning of rates. She sees the funds rate at 4% next year or a bit above. Very different from the bond market right now. And I think where you can kind of put the two sides together is this. If the Fed does push the economy into recession, at some point it will help inflation come down. And yes, they'll start cutting rates. I think the interesting question for the Fed and the bond market is, what if the economy is slowing down? What if it even has a negative quarter? What if inflation's still at 5% or 4%? Will the Fed stop hiking rates? That's the question that remains to be seen. The Fed's going to take this step by step, inflation report by inflation report. But for now, Youssef, I think what Jay Powell is trying to tell us, we're serious about this. We think we can avert the recession, but if it happens because we have to get inflation down, so be it.
Doubling down on some of the key messages, Kathleen, terrific analysis as always. Thank you very much. It's Kathleen Hayes in New York. Now, China's economy showed further signs of improvement in June. Basically, you had a strong pickup in services spending as COVID outbreaks and restrictions were gradually eased. Let's head out to our Bloomberg Chief Asia Economics correspondent and the current for more. So, Anna, what really caught your attention here as you kind of carved through the data?
It was the pickup in non-manufacturing, Youssef. So you're seeing an improvement in services, mostly in logistics. That makes sense because transportation, for example, between factories and ports has improved a lot since restrictions and lockdowns are eased. So we saw that pickup on the non-manufacturing side of PMI to that one-year high territory. The manufacturing side also pushing into positive territory and gaining, but the gains weren't as much as expected there. That's because there are hints that actually global demand is starting to slow down down now. So taken together, the PMI does suggest that China's economy has bottomed. The recovery is underway. That much has been expected. Much less known is where the economy goes from here. As Juliette mentioned earlier, President Xi Jinping came out this week and he doubled down on COVID-0. He said the country is willing to take an economic hit if it means, of course, public health safety that's associated with that aggressive approach towards the virus. So I think everyone today is looking at these numbers and saying, sure, pick up on the service side of things. Manufacturing is back on its feet, but it's a recovery, but no kind of a V-shaped rebound, and certainly not the kind of recovery we saw in China back in 2020.
Yeah, I think he burst everybody's balloon with that zero COVID commentary, didn't he? And thank you very much, Enda Karen in Hong Kong. Well, while China's economy emerges from its recent lockdowns, President Xi Jinping promising to stick with this COVID-0. Our Greater China senior executive editor John Liu is with us in Beijing. This was everybody's worst fears, is that Xi would backtrack what we all hung our hats on yesterday. Oh, quarantine is lightening up. What is your take of Xi's guidance on zero COVID?
I think it's really interesting that he is fessing up to the economic cost that will be involved with COVID-0. He's saying, look, if you factor in that we have low vaccination rates for the elderly and we could have a substantial number of deaths if the virus is allowed to run free, he's saying if you factor in possibly the country's health system getting pummeled because we have lots and lots of infections. If you factor those things in, then giving up some economic growth is worth it to avoid those threats coming to fruition. He's saying that's why this is the best policy for China. And what that means for the future, I think, is, as Enda mentioned, we are seeing a recovery, but it is slow. And I think that will continue to be the case. We will continue to have lots of testing across the country. We will continue to have different jurisdictions locking down specific neighborhoods, districts when there are cases. And we will see a very stop-go recovery, and we will see one that takes a long, long time to get back to something like normal.
John, great to hear from you this morning. Thank you for the update. That's John Liu in Beijing. Let's run you through the first word headlines as well from around the world. Get back out to Jules in Singapore.
Thanks, Yusuf. South Korea has jumped to the top of Bloomberg's ranking of the best places to be during the pandemic, followed by the UAE and Ireland. The latest edition of the COVID resilience ranking scored countries and territories based on how they've lived with the virus and resumed economic and social activity without a substantial spike in deaths. Mainland China, Taiwan and Russia are at the bottom of the list. Senate Democrats are said to be working on cutting the tax increases in President Biden's economic package. Sources say it's part of a bid to make a deal with Senator Joe Manchin and get the package passed in the coming weeks. The changes under consideration would trim some tax measures passed by the House last year and could mean both corporations and wealthy households end up with smaller tax hikes. Former R&B star R. Kelly has been sentenced to 30 years in prison for using his fame to sexually abuse young fans. The 55-year-old was convicted last year of racketing and sex trafficking. The judge imposed the sentence after hearing from survivors who told how Kelly's abuse affected their lives. Kelly did not address the court and plans to appeal the conviction. Mercer's latest cost of living survey has revealed that Hong Kong is the world's most expensive place for employees sent abroad to work. Switzerland was hot on Hong Kong's heels, with 4 cities, Zurich, Geneva, Basel and Bern, ranking second to 5th place respectively. 3 more Asian cities, Singapore, Tokyo and Beijing, also made the top 10. Their high rankings were driven by inflation and strong currencies. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Jules. Well, I'll get to test some of the high inflation in Switzerland, these rising costs, let's put it that way. I'm traveling there next week. Let's get you a snapshot of what's coming up. Talk about the Gulf region because fuel prices are on the rise. We're going to speak with Nasser Saidi and Associates Athira Prasad, who sees some signs of inflation easing.
But up next, the outlook for global assets. Central bankers warn of a protracted era of high inflation. We get the views of Standard Chartered's Manpreet Gill. He joins us next. This is Bloomberg.
Everyone you meet in Port Harcourt has stories about what they call black soot, caused by the manufacturing and consumption of these fuel products in the illegal refineries.
Oil theft, known as bunkering, and the refining of its spoils is worsening the damage from decades of fossil fuel exploitation, creating one of the world's most severe ecological disasters.
Our sacred forests, our homes, have to give way to oil wells, and no one gets much benefit.
Imagine a resident of Port Harcourt who inhales this soot every second in 24 hours, 7 days a week, 30 days in the month, and for years now. We are dying slowly but surely, and our lifespan is reducing every day.
I think we now understand better how little we understand about inflation.
That's not very reassuring.
No, honestly, this was unpredicted.
I think that there are forces that have been unleashed as a result of the pandemic, as a result of this massive geopolitical shock that we are facing now.
If we see greater persistence of inflation, that's second-round effects, then we will act more forcefully.
The path back to 2% inflation, while still sustaining a strong labor market, we believe we can do that.
As the uncertainty will clear on various accounts, we will have to certainly be less gradual.
It's quite clear that as we respond to this shock, we want to have those options on the table.
I think that the bigger mistake to make, let's put it that way, would be to fail to restore price stability.
Jerome Powell and his European counterparts, Christine Lagarde and Andrew Bailey, on the fight against inflation. The Fed chair says that the reversal of globalization risks longer-term scarcity and therefore tighter policy bias. Global equities, in the meantime, are set for the worst quarter since March of 2020. You've got the double whammy of inflation and recession risks that continue to weigh on assets. Let's widen out this conversation, bring in Manpreet Gill. He is the head of fixed income, currency and commodity strategy at Standard Chartered Bank. Manpreet, this was a very long panel discussion. It was about 90 minutes, and they covered a lot of ground together. What stood out to me was this idea that the inflation control of the recent past is no longer going to define the immediate future. What is the trajectory for inflation going to be in this relatively new world, as far as you can tell?
Well, I think that's absolutely right. I think that's one of the points that really stood out. And I think I'd almost extend that to say I think it's about both the inflation trajectory, but also what level we end up at. And look, in our view, we're in an environment where, we have a lot of supply chain disruptions, but to extent some of those are showing some tentative signs of easing, but the risks are still there. But central bankers are really pressing on the brakes. So in that environment, we do expect to reach at least a peak inflation in major economies like the US this year itself. But I think the path back towards 2% may end up being quite gradual. We may end up still in the region of 6.5% to 7% by the end of this year, and really only return to 5% or lower levels next year, in our view at least. So I think from a market and policy perspective, I think it's important to be prepared for direction, inflation moving in the right direction, but at a relatively slow and gradual pace. And I think a lot of our market views in terms of, not only our core sort of asset allocation views raising allocation in terms of bonds, but also having some inflation hedges in place, I think are an important balance to achieve.
And Manpreet, good to see you this morning. I think this is reflected beautifully in the break-evens, US 5-year break-evens. We put it into the GTV library, and the European 5-year break-evens, all coming off from those zeniths, certainly in the US from 3.76 down to 2.61%. So inflation, the back of inflation, the expectations on the forward certainly looks as if it's being challenged. And you would say that it is time, therefore, to add to bonds at the expense of equities. Is that US bonds? And what proportion would you raise your bond exposure to?
Sure. I think that the most, you're absolutely right. And I think this really brings the sort of focus back to, we tend to discuss the absolutes a lot, where will inflation be, where will yields be? But I think what's more important here is investors say, where are those absolutes relative to what's already priced in? And that's really where we're coming from, where we think it's a good time to start reallocating, in favor of bonds away from equities, because a fairly significant rate hiking cycle, in our view, is priced in the US. But I think the reallocation, look, a lot of it is a US-centric story still, but Europe, again, to a not so insignificant degree either. The exact amounts, of course, would vary depending on risk buckets. But just as an example, for moderate risk investors, our models have rebalanced to the extent of about 10% or so away from equity, in favor of bonds. Now, some of that is still towards riskier bonds. We still think, asset classes like high yield bonds, they are pricing quite a significant probability of recession. So we wouldn't ignore that part completely. But I think what we have done is closed our underweight view on G3 government bonds, on treasuries, on bonds. So I think it's not an overweight, but I think closing out those underweights, bring those to benchmark will be quite key.
I mean, so you had a downward revision in U.S. consumer confidence, and at the same time, you had the lower-than-expected German inflation that could set us up for a better period in fixed income and speaks to the kind of rotation that you were just describing. The Markets Live team is asking, though, quite a specific question on expected performance. How far will bonds outperform next quarter?
Well, we'd all like to have specific numbers around these factors. But I'd say, look, when you're looking at the next quarter alone, our rebalancing is ultimately taken on a 6 to 12-month view. So we're looking for actually similar performance between equities and bonds over a 6 to 12-month horizon. So if you think about, bond yields and including riskier income assets, anywhere in the region of 3 to 6%. 3% at the more conservative end for government bonds, all the way up to 6% for a more multi-asset income portfolio. I think that sort of sets you up as one sort of benchmark in terms of what yield you can achieve today. And we do think, from an equity market perspective, equities, of course, may not deliver those sort of returns in a straight line. There's a risk that we go lower first before we rebound and go higher. But I think that sort of sets us up in terms of what expected returns could look like. Now, on the bond side, of course, if we do end up ending up in a recession in the next 6 to 12 months. For conservative bonds, those returns, of course, could look higher and most certainly look lower for equities, at least over the short horizon. But I think even for equities, the reason we're sort of keeping a balanced view between the two is that they've also come off a lot. So I think those starting points are equally important.
Manpreet, we've run out of time. We'll get to your equity calls the next time. Certainly, I know you like Asia, excluding Japan and a little bit of UK. Manpreet, thank you very much. Manpreet Gill there, the head of fixed income, currency, commodity strategy over at Standard Chartered. His calls on the markets. Back to benchmark on G3 in the bond space. This is Bloomberg.
Front Row, exclusive interviews with the most influential figures in finance. Lloyd Blankfein.
Deflation is a terrible thing. Inflation you could tolerate.
Kathy Wood.
Tesla will be in the pole position to dominate.
Jeremy Grantham.
We've had a very, very abnormal honeymoon Goldilocks period.
First available on the Bloomberg Terminal, then on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg.com. Front Row, the best seats in the house for business's greatest minds.
Stocked early enough all these precious materials you were just mentioning, and we were on the lucky side that our prognosis was spot on in a way, forecasting what kind of material we would need and what quantity we would need.
This
is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia.
This is Bloomberg Technology. This is Bloomberg Green.
On TV, radio, and the web, this is Bloomberg.
So we're coming to the close of the first half of 2022. You might be bruised from equities. You might be in shock because the dollar's on a roll. But this is the commodity slide on the LME, the worst quarter since the global financial crisis of 2008. And to give you some perspective, tin is one of the proponents in here, down 38%, aluminium down nearly 30%, and copper certainly under pressure. Yusuf, if there was ever a personification of zero COVID and recession risk, it's ground zero in the commodity space.
Absolutely. And then you're also seeing quite a bit of caution come through in the Middle East equity space. Here's the overview, the state of play as of the end of the trading day. So Dubai really bringing in some losses of about 1/5%. Saudi Tadawul was able to buck the trend by about 0.5% in terms of gains. You had concerns over inflation, the possibility of a recession. That weighed on sentiment broadly. In terms of the standouts, it was really another story around the country's largest lender, Saudi National Bank, jumped about 2.9% on the day as investors reposition for the next 6 months and take a lot of different variables into that calculation.
Yields pop a little bit higher this morning. You've got consumer confidence and consumer spending under pressure in the United States of America. I know you're focused on high-end furniture stores. I'm more Bed Bath & Beyond myself. I'm down in the discount bucket bargain basement of the mall. Treasury yields are rising ever so slightly. We've just had Standard Chartered time to raise and close your underweights on bonds, on the benchmarks on G3. Yields rise ever so slightly. ING with me yesterday saying bonds are beginning to behave like a recession hedge. And in 6 to 9 months' time, you look at these levels, 3 1/8 on 5s, as the break-evens roll over as an opportunity, a splendid opportunity to have bought some of these bonds.
Yeah, just for the record, I've never seen you at Bed Bath & Beyond. So
it's in the ground floor of the Dubai Mall.
No, I mean, I
basement.
Can't say I've been there. Let's switch to crypto quickly because Genesis lost maybe in the hundreds of millions of dollars according to Coinbase. Basically, that's because of the exposure to 3 Arrows Capital and Babel Finance. 3 Arrows is facing a liquidation case at the moment. Bitcoin still holding just about the $20,000 mark. This is Bloomberg.
开春的时候，为各国运动员和随队官员提供热情周到的服务。
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. Our top stories this morning.
Loretta Mester says that the Fed is just at the beginning of raising rates. Meanwhile, you've got Jay Powell insisting that a recession can be avoided, but warns the task is going to get tougher.
The path back to 2% inflation while still sustaining a strong labor market. We believe we can do that. That is our aim. There's no guarantee that we can do that. It's obviously something that's going to be quite challenging, and I would also say that the events of the last few months have made it significantly more challenging.
China's economy shows further signs of improvement, but President Xi Jinping is sticking to the COVID zero, saying strategies such as herd immunity have unimaginable consequences.
President Biden praises Turkey's Erdogan for finally relenting to Sweden and Finland joining NATO and for helping to get grain out of Ukraine.
And Uber raises its fares in the United Arab Emirates for the second time this year amid a surge in gasoline prices that has outpaced increases in neighbouring oil-rich states. Jules is on Market Watch. She's in Singapore, tying it all together. Jules, what have you got?
Hey, Manus. Well, as we know, we had that better than expected PMI data, at least in terms of the non-manufacturing PMI. That is giving a boost to Chinese equity markets. But overall, we are still seeing these growth worries weigh on the regional benchmark index, which is in the red for a second session, very much weighed down by the likes of Australia and Japan. When it comes to the currency picture, we are seeing a bit of a better day today in terms of Asian currencies. That has been boosted somewhat by that PMI data. We had Fiona Lim over at Malayan Bank saying that it is giving Asian currencies ex-Japan a little bit of a breather. We've certainly seen a rebound coming through in the Korean won. I just want to flip the board and show some of the Chinese travel stocks as well. We know they're on the lunch break, but that has been one bright spot. And this is as we start to see a little bit of easing. We talked about some of the quarantine measures being eased, but also domestically in terms of some of the ways that tourists travel around the country. That has been eased somewhat, giving somewhat of a boost to this sector. And the CSI 300 up by as much as 1.6% in the morning session, so erasing all those losses that we saw during Wednesday's trade. Yusuf.
So some significant moves on the day, but what about as we round out the quarter? It's been a tough one for Asian currencies. How does that complicate things for central bankers?
Well, it certainly complicates things in terms of the fact that they may have to move faster and quicker than they want to in terms of trying to keep up with the Fed as well. We've actually already heard from the central bank in the Philippines saying they will consider larger increases after 2 quarter-point moves, and the Bank of Korea has also kept the door open for a larger than usual hike in July. We've seen significant weakness in these currencies as the dollar strengthens amid the Fed's aggressive tightening policy. And as you can see on my GTV chart here, the Bloomberg JP Morgan Asia Dollar Index actually poised for a 4.5% drop this quarter. That is the steepest since the crisis that pummeled Asian currencies back in 1997. Let's flip the board and have a look at some in particular that have been hit hard. It has been the likes of the Korean won. It's set for its largest monthly decline in 11 years. Over the year, you can see it's down by about 15% against the dollar. The peso is headed for its worst quarter in 14 years. And then, of course, we know the Japanese yen, Manus, has had its own challenges as we continue to see this policy divergence between the BOJ and the Fed. The yen is not part of that index I was just showing you earlier, but it is down 11% since the end of March on that yield differential. Manus.
It certainly is an absolute thumping. You mentioned the Philippines there. Juliet, let's just show you some live pictures. Yusuf, this is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., the accession to presidential level for him. Of course, his family fled in 1986 under different circumstances. Ferdinand Marcos Jr., he is the son of the late dictator and the namesake. So he's officially sworn in. A couple of lines coming through in terms of what he's going to do. A comprehensive infrastructure plan will be announced, Yusuf. That's going to be top of his agenda.
Yeah, he talks about food sufficiency must get preferential treatment. They're going to fix shortcomings in the Philippines' COVID-19 response. And you just got to take a moment to really take in what a remarkable turnaround it is for Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to step out of what was a turbulent and painful time for his family and to come back after 40 years for the country and to really reset the tone. And we'll see, of course, how the market and how the people take on the message.
And, of course, the iconic image there is of Imelda Marcos, his mother, famed across the world for a whole host of extravagances, not least her shoe collection. OK, history in the making. The Marcoses are back in power. Well, talks on the 2015 Iran nuclear deal have stumbled yet again in Qatar. Simone Foxman is in Doha, as always. Simone, what is the latest trip in this plan? Because a great deal of hope had vested that they would move forward on this occasion on the Iran JCPOA deal.
Right. a new location, new enthusiasm. That's not what happened, and what we're seeing in the wake of these discussions is really a blame game between both sides. The Iranian semi-official Tasnim news agency saying that the U.S. wouldn't provide the written guarantees that Iran wants about the economic benefits it's going to see if it returns to the JCPOA, the 2015 nuclear deal. On the U.S. side, we're hearing from officials who are saying that Iran brought up issues wholly unrelated to the deal. For example, one of these issues may have been the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps' classification as a terror group, and therefore that really impeded progress. You know, what struck me, however, was just how downbeat these comments are. So we heard statements like no progress, disappointment, little effect on the overall discussions, and that they concluded after 2 days there had been some discussion, rumors that they might go on for longer if there had been progress. You know, we've heard from the IAEA, the UN's Atomic Energy Agency, that there is an impending deadline to getting monitoring at least back in action after Iran disabled a lot of cameras in June. You know, then and the idea that that would be a fatal blow to the agreement. We've heard threats before, and they haven't always panned out. Does this deadline have teeth? I think that's something we're going to consider as we move into July.
And then Egypt is buying the most wheat in at least a decade amid continuing supply concerns. They had held off. Clearly now an opportunity with pricing easing a little bit.
Absolutely. We've seen essentially the cheapest prices since early March in the wheat futures market. They were also able to kind of negotiate, this is something unusual here, for deliveries of this wheat not to come in a short term, but stretched out over the span of 3 months. That might have helped them in the market. The World Bank also approving a $500 million loan to Egypt specifically for this purchase. But, you know, if Egyptian officials are watching the market, we're watching the market, and investors are watching the market in a different area. We're watching the bond sell-off escalate because yesterday the price of bonds due in 2048 fell below 60 cents on the dollar. The price of bonds due in 5 years, 2027, below 80 cents on the dollar. Clearly, this is where the market angst is intensifying.
Well, one other potent image which will be portrayed across the Middle East is, of course, Erdogan meeting with Biden, and I presume F-16 fighter planes were part of that discussion. What do we know?
Yeah, they were, and that wasn't necessarily something that all analysts expected us to really see a lot of discussion of, because we talked about concessions that Turkey had won from Sweden and Finland about their support or purported support for Kurdish groups, some of them groups that Turkey classifies as terror groups. But it turns out that the U.S. and U.S. officials now appear to be expressing support for Turkey's plans, or a desire, frankly, to purchase F-16 warplanes. Now, this is something that would still need congressional approval to actually move forward, but it just kind of factors into really the effusive praise that we had heard from Biden yesterday for his Turkish counterpart, including saying, "You're doing a great job." This even as Turkey tries to handle this sort of middle ground role between the U.S., Europe, and Russia on the other side in this ongoing conflict. So some really stunning comments, I think, coming out of Madrid yesterday.
Such a confusing time in international relations. A lot of agile political actors. One moment you're my friend, the next moment I'm keeping you at arm's length. We'll see how long this one lasts. Simone, thank you for the moment. Simone Foxman at the Qatar Financial Center in Doha. Let's get to Uber now, because the company has raised fares in the United Arab Emirates by as much as 11% amid a surge in gasoline prices that's outpaced increases in neighboring oil-rich states. This is Uber's second hike in the UAE this year, where petrol prices are 3 times more expensive than in Kuwait. Let's head out to Athira Prasad, Director of Macroeconomics at Nasser Said & Associates. Athira, in a time and place where data is, let's say, irregular, to say the least, how do you interpret the latest announcement by Uber, and to what extent does that give us a bit of an insight into what's to come for cost pressures in the Emirates?
Well, good morning, Manas and Yusuf. Well, petrol prices have been increasing. That is one data point that we have clearly seen over the past few months. UAE has raised petrol prices by about, I think, around 56% year to date, and that is something that you know for sure that is going to feed into inflation. So the Uber hike doesn't come as a pretty big surprise, but again, in terms of data points, you would look at inflation rates being driven by one, transport costs in the UAE, and the other would be food prices. So whatever data we have seen so far, you have these two segments that are contributing the most to inflation in the UAE. You haven't seen that much in terms of rental or housing component increasing, which will probably come a bit later. It's a bit delayed in terms of how it feeds into the headline inflation numbers. But overall, you're looking at an increasing amount of costs of living going forward. But then again, compared to what it is in Europe or the US, it is still much lower.
Well, and therein lies the point. If you look at Spain at 10%, the UK, albeit at a 40-year high at 9%, where do you see ours topping out? If transport has been the alpha, as you say, it rose by nearly 29%, and we're going to get an additional boost on that at the moment. Where do we top out, Athira?
On average, you could expect inflation around 3 to 4% this year. Unlikely to be much higher because there are still checks and balances. They do not allow prices of essential commodities to rise beyond a certain point. So there are still controls in place on basic necessities, which again makes life a little easier for the lower end of the spectrum. So there are checks and balances in place, which mean that there wouldn't be too much of a hike. You wouldn't see it rising to the levels that you're seeing elsewhere in the region as well.
The picture that's materializing from the cost controls around basic food items don't always work as intended. They create shortages. A new piece by Fiona MacDonald kind of really paints that picture with a lot of color and contrast. What is your guidance then to the rest of the Gulf, given what we're seeing in Kuwait and the distortions it's creating in the marketplace?
Well, it really depends on what kinds of commodities are being priced at a lower level, which are being controlled. As you know, the GCC is largely a food importing nation, so there has to be some guidance as to where you're importing these commodities from and what commodities need to be priced at a certain level. Now, Kuwait's inflation is already one of the highest in the Gulf. And if you look at headline inflation versus food price inflation in Kuwait, you would see that the divergence is much higher. Whereas in the rest of the region, you would see, even though food prices are rising at a higher pace, you do not see as much divergence as you see in Kuwait. So that is a bit of a relief. And then you would have other factors coming in as well in terms of how your fiscal balances are doing for the rest of the region in terms of how they're balancing their spending versus the revenues that they're getting in. So the governments of the region largely have a lot of buffer given the higher oil prices. Kuwait is in a bit of a precarious situation because of the predicament that they are in terms of not passing sufficient reforms in the fiscal space to kind of have a leeway in terms of how to control this, because essentially you do not have much control on the monetary side, but you have a lot of buffer when it comes to policy making on the fiscal side.
Athira, thank you so much for being with us this morning. That's Athira Prasad, Director of Macroeconomics at Nasser Associates. Her calls on the macro landscape here in the GCC. Plenty more ahead on Daybreak Middle East. This is Bloomberg. Let's take a little bit deeper into our Middle East markets now with our equities reporter Farah El-Barahi. She has the latest outlook for Gulf stocks for the second half, and it's dimmed significantly. But what happened to our robust outperformance, our foreign inflows from Russia, and our, well, we were the defense of all defense in the equity markets, right? What happened?
I mean, that is, I guess, still true to some extent, but we're looking at going to gains of 2% from as much as 11% earlier in the year, Manus. But what strategists are saying is that the GCC is not isolated from the global market. If we do get a recession in the U.S. and if we do see the outlook on emerging markets as an asset class really start to worsen even further than it is right now, we're just talking first half since 1998, in emerging markets, the GCC is not going to exist in a vacuum. And there's actually the risk of oil prices pulling back a little bit. We are waiting on OPEC, and we'll see where that goes from here. But right now, strategists are expecting further declines for our markets that have pretty much already erased year-to-date gains. And Saudi Arabia is seeing outflows over the past 3 weeks from foreign investors already.
Yeah, it's a trip to Cloud 9. It sure didn't last very long. What about the IPO news flow? This time not in the United Arab Emirates, but out of Saudi Arabia.
Right. Like we were just talking again yesterday that maybe the news flow has also slowed a little bit on the IPO front. So in Saudi Arabia, we just got one of the more recent bigger names, which is Arabian Drilling. That's a Schlumberger-backed company that considers Aramco as one of its main customers. So that is a big player coming to the market. Yesterday just got its approval for its IPO to sell a 30% stake in the company. I mean, oil has pulled back a little bit from recent highs, but it's still well over $100. So maybe this company will bring some good fundamentals to investors.
It remains fairly robust around 100. And then Wall Street rethinking the relationship to the Middle East in regards to SPACs. I mean, they're rethinking their relationship to SPACs overall in a risk-off environment. But what's more particular about our region?
What's particular about our region is much like IPOs, SPACs are kicking off. We just saw one list in Abu Dhabi, and we have Gulf Capital and InvestCorp. Bloomberg reported that these are two different firms looking to, sponsor SPACs. And we had a great story yesterday. That was a scoop from Bloomberg, different reporters in Dubai and London saying that Citigroup is becoming a lot more selective in looking at SPACs in the region. Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan are pretty much staying out of it, and Bank of America, that was supposed to work on the Gulf Capital and InvestCorp SPAC, that SPAC now they're actually looking for local lenders as opposed to Bank of America, and it's not clear whether the U.S. bank will be involved in that SPAC at all. It's all part of that crackdown on special purpose acquisition vehicles.
Farah, excellent reporting as always. Thank you very much. That is Farah El-Bahrawi there. We still have much more to come. This is Bloomberg.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Fed Chair Jay Powell says that the U.S. economy is, in quotes, strong shape, and the central bank can reduce inflation to 2% while maintaining a solid labor market. Powell spoke to Francine Lacroix at the ECB forum in Portugal, where he started by outlining the risks to global growth.
If what we see, for example, is the redivision of the world into competing geopolitical and economic camps and a reversal of globalization, that certainly sounds like lower productivity and lower growth. And in many parts of this side of that, you see aging demographics, so a shrinking workforce, and you see economies that are growing more slowly and whose workforces are not expanding. So that's certainly a possible outcome, and I think probably to some extent a likely outcome.
And in the shorter term, can the economy, can the U.S. economy actually deal with, a possible onslaught of interest rate hikes?
So the U.S. economy is actually in pretty strong shape. So if you look back a year, the U.S. economy grew more than 5.5%. It was really the big reopening year. Mm-hmm. And so we had expected this year to be that growth would moderate to a more sustainable path. We also, of course, are raising interest rates, and the aim of that is to slow growth down so that supply will have a chance to catch up. We hope that growth can still remain positive. But if you look at the strength of the economy, households are in very strong financial shape. They've still got a lot of excess savings from forced saving from not being able to travel and things like that, and also from fiscal transfers. So households are overall, not every household, and not the ones at the lower end of the income spectrum, but overall in strong shape. The same thing is true of businesses. Very, very low rates of default and things like that. Lots of cash on the balance sheet. The labor market is tremendously strong, still averaging very, very high job growth per month. So overall, the U.S. economy is well positioned to withstand tighter monetary policy, we think.
But is it automatically a trade-off between fighting inflation or taking care of the economy, and how far are you willing to go with interest rate hikes?
So I guess I'd say it this way. Our aim is to have growth moderate. It's sort of a necessary adjustment that needs to happen so that, again, supply can catch up. It could be supply of workers. It could be time for the supply chains to improve. So the sense of that is that if we can get right now, supply and demand are really out of balance in many parts of the U.S. economy. Labor market being a big example of that. We need to get them better in balance so that inflation can come down. And that's the aim of what we're doing. Now, we don't have precision tools. Obviously, monetary policy, famously a blunt tool. That is our aim. That is our intention. We think that there are pathways for us to achieve that, to achieve the path back to 2% inflation while still sustaining a strong labor market. We believe we can do that. That is our aim. Mm-hmm. There's no guarantee that we can do that. It's obviously something that's going to be quite challenging. And I would also say that the events of the last few months have made it significantly more challenging. Thinking there particularly of the war in Ukraine, which has added tremendously to inflationary pressures around food and energy commodities and agricultural chemicals and industrial chemicals and things like that. So it's gotten harder. The pathways have gotten narrower. Nonetheless, that is our aim, and we believe that there are pathways to achieve that.
The path is narrow. Jay Powell there with Francine, along with a host of central bankers, Bailey, Lagarde, and to name but a few. Now, there's going to be a bit of good news for you if you are a crypto fan, because if you read the Deutsche Bank note, even though it's down 1% this morning and it's tipping in and out below this 20,000 level, I know my osteopath is going to be very happy. Dave, the osteopath, he's long Bitcoin, and Deutsche Bank says it's going to make it to 28,000, Yusuf, and that's going to keep them happy. MicroStrategy also making money on the way down. They bought back Bitcoin at 20,000 and they made $10 million, but it's more digital diamond and gold, according to Deutsche.
It's definitely a great find in the pile of research notes this morning. What I was astounded by is what's going on with U.S. oil supplies. They're shrinking even with the government releasing about 1 million barrels a day. Basically, we're looking here at stockpiles at the hub falling to 21.3 million barrels. That's the lowest since October 2014. Javier Blas chipping in here, saying over the last 2 weeks, the U.S. government has ejected 13.7 million barrels from the strategic petroleum reserves into the market. And yet commercial oil stockpiles still fell 3 million barrels over the period. Just imagine if SPR wasn't there, or what would happen post-October when sales end. That's going to give OPEC Plus a lot to think about as we count down to their meeting at the end of the week. This is Bloomberg.
We know that it's highly transmissible. We know that 2 doses of vaccines, Pfizer vaccine specifically, neutralize the virus, but not as efficiently, because various studies showing that reduction up to 40-fold, meaning that a 3rd dose is a must for it to successfully neutralize the variant. What we don't know is still that what are the effects of mix and matching between vaccines, and what are the capabilities of antibodies produced from this mix and matching in neutralizing Omicron. Because as we know, many parts of the world use different types of vaccines. And that would be a great data to look at. It will be also great to look at, because majority of the studies done uses a small sample number, and most of the time when you translate it to real world, the data changes. So it will be really good to look at large-scale data of the ability of antibodies from vaccines to neutralize this variant. Grateful here today that the virus, Omicron variant, still uses ACE2 receptor as its main entry. It means that all of the vaccines which are designed with spike in mind still works. Imagine if it uses a different receptor other than ACE2. None of the vaccines would work today. So I think that is the best news that we got from all these studies which came recently, the past couple of days.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question.
Great question.
Great question.
Great question.
That's going to be the best question I get all night.
I'm glad you asked that.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts. Great questions.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan. We did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Danny Berger in London alongside Manus Cranny in Dubai, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Central bankers united, Jay Powell, Andrew Bailey and Christine Lagarde, all telling Bloomberg they are ready and willing to ramp up measures to combat price pressures, which the ECB head says may be here to stay.
That have been unleashed as a result of the pandemic, as a result of this massive geopolitical shock that we are facing now, that are going to change the picture and the landscape within which we operate.
Activity recovery. Chinese manufacturing expands in June for the first time in 4 months as COVID curbs ease. But stocks in Asia fluctuate amid ongoing concerns over global growth. Plus, combat stance. NATO members commit to a 7-fold increase in battle-ready troops, the biggest upgrade since the end of the Cold War. Danny, paradigm shifts in terms of war alliances, NATO's alliances, but the paradigm shift from Christine Lagarde. We ain't going back. The genie is not going back in the bottle. So why bother having a 2% inflation target? Danny, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it goes to what Mester was saying yesterday as well, getting to perhaps 4% next year, even if that means recession. Of course, on that ECB, the Fed, the panel yesterday hosted by Francine Lockway. I love what Jay Powell said. We understand better how little we understand about inflation. It's this admission of the catch-up they're trying to play now. So, Manus, to the equity market, it might have not spooked markets yesterday, that panel, but it didn't do much to calm them either. It is the last day of the quarter, the last day of the month, the last day of the first half of the year. So we might see some quarter end rebalancing. Equities ending basically flat yesterday, but that belies the bad first half of the year that it's been for equities, man. It's the worst start to the year since the 1960s, the worst June since 2008. The superlatives really added up this quarter. So negative action, except for China. We're, of course, going to get into this more in a bit with our reporters. But Chinese PMI is going above 50 for the first time since February. So that's the one standout region in the green, Manus.
Well, we've had spike and roll in the bond market this week. A zenith of 3 1/4. We're back at just over 3% on 10-year government paper. The break-evens are beginning to roll over, and that is the bigger understory in the bond market. Yesterday, ING said bonds will behave like a recession hedge. And the 5-year break-evens really did drop yesterday by 14 basis points. But then listen to Loretta Mester. The Fed is just at the beginning of their rate trajectory. You've got crude flat at the moment. You're looking at crude oil, however, its first monthly decline this year as we go into the OPEC meeting. Gasoline demand is showing signs of softening. That's demand destruction. The metals index, I thought we'd pop in. We're up by 31%, but we've got the worst quarter since 2008. The worst quarter since 2008 on the global financial crisis in commodities, down 23% on the LME since March. And the dollar remains robust, up 6% in the quarter, flat this morning. And this quarter, we've had the best quarter since 2016. But the debate is this between the Fed at 4% for the terminal rate and the market. Well, they'll take on anybody. They're at 3% for the end of next year. Danny.
Even willing to price in some cuts for next year. Well, Manus, let's get to reporters from around the world. We have Zoe Schneiweiss joins us with the view from Frankfurt on Francine Lacqua's heavyweight central bank panel there in Sintra. And Curran is in Hong Kong as we discuss China's recovery.
Julia Tally's in Singapore, as always, with the market roundup, breaking down the reaction to Xi's narrative, and from Madrid, Maria Tadeo on NATO's massive troop expansion. To the Fed story, Jerome Powell says the economy is in strong shape. The central bank can reduce inflation to 2% while maintaining a strong labour market. He spoke to Francine Lacqua alongside some of the world's top central bankers at the ECB forum in Sintra.
We're very strongly committed to using our tools to get inflation to come down. The way to do that is to slow down growth, ideally keep it positive, and as I mentioned, supply and demand get back into balance. So that's what we're trying to accomplish. Is there a risk that we would go too far? Certainly there's a risk. But I wouldn't agree that it's the biggest risk to the economy. I think that, the bigger mistake to make, let's put it that way, would be to fail to restore price stability.
Zoe joins us now. So Zoe, Powell, Lagarde, all stressing the point that the environment of low inflation is over, which brings me to the question, why have a 2% target? Good morning.
Good morning. With the US, the inflation very much is driven by the red-hot labor market. And that then means that services now have an outsized proportion in driving inflation. And that's the kind of inflation that doesn't slow on its own. That requires Fed action. That's why we're seeing these massive rate hikes. In other areas, in the euro area, inflation is primarily driven by energy. And energy is one of the things that central banks can't really control. And that explains why the ECB has waited so long. We've had record inflation rates all year. So the reason why they're only moving next month now is that they're worried that this will become entrenched. We've had readings yesterday from Spain and Germany. Spain surprised on the upside, 10% inflation. Germany on the downside. We get the euro area number tomorrow. That's predicted at 8.5, and that will be vital for what the ECB does next month.
Yeah, based on that Spain number, it could get ugly. Zoe, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Zoe Schneiweiss there. Now, manufacturing activity in China expanded for the first time in 4 months in June following the loosening of COVID-19 restrictions in many parts of the country, including Shanghai. Joining us now is Enda Curran. So, Enda, PMI is above 50, first time in a few months.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, so the manufacturing side of things pushed into positive territory, like I mentioned, over the 50 mark. Mostly the improvement was on the services side of things. So people are eating out, people are moving around again, transportation was better, and then entertainment and logistics. All of that meant the services side of PMI actually hit a one-year high. So it all feeds the narrative that China's economy has bottomed and will recover from here. But nonetheless, the PMIs themselves are pointing to ongoing weakness in certain areas. Economists are continuing to warn that the rebound is still pretty fragile. There's still plenty of blockages in supply chains, for example. Production hasn't yet fully recovered to where it should be, say, pre-lockdowns. And of course, we know that the services side of things is still pretty mute. Actually, it was logistics more than anything else really that inflated the services reading. So look, overall, PMI back in positive territory. It does speak to the idea that China's economy is getting back on its feet, but it's a question of how sustainable it will be given the ongoing COVID-0 policy.
Well, let's just talk about that, because we all got excited yesterday. I was reading lots of notes about variations on a theme and what it would mean, and then, boom, Xi Jinping says that China can achieve a final victory lap over COVID-19, but we're not going to get there very quickly. Where do we stand? What's the narrative from him?
So globally, there was that pulse that went around the world that China was shortening its quarantine menace. That did seem to ignite views that this was something of a shift now from Beijing. But as you mentioned, what we did have yesterday was President Xi Jinping. He came out and he said, look, actually, we're sticking with COVID-0. There's no deviation from that theme. They're more or less just codifying and tidying up the margins. The bottom line is the public health dividend is #1 for the authorities. He himself made the point that they can take some economic pain, but they're not going to put the economy over the protection of their people, be they young or old. So the broad point was they're sticking with it. There's no end in sight to that. President Xi actually arrives in Hong Kong today. Of course, another place where China's COVID-0 policy has been playing out. It will be interesting to see if he does give any remarks on that, whether or not, be it for Hong Kong or the rest of the mainland. But a big takeaway from yesterday was China has its COVID-0 policy. They're sticking with it, and there's no deviation in the near term, at least.
OK, well, that's got huge implications all around the world, from supply chains to inflation to growth. Enda, thank you very much. Enda Karen in Hong Kong. Let's get a little bit more market reaction now to China's further easing of some of the COVID travel rules. And that includes a report that Shanghai will gradually open its museums and other tourist attractions from tomorrow. Jules is in Singapore. Not sure where her next trip is with that trusty Australian passport. You off to China, Jules?
I am not, Mattis, but certainly the optimism amongst investors that there is going to be an easier way to get either into China with that restriction in reduction, I should say, in quarantine, and of course the fact that it is becoming a lot more easy to travel internally is taking centre stage today, along with the PMI data that Enda was talking about, and really away from what President Xi had said about them sticking with the COVID-0 policy. So you can see the CSI 300 above 4,500 points, the highest we've seen it since March, and certainly an outlier in the Asian markets today, where we're still seeing these global growth worries weigh, particularly on the tech space, and the regional benchmark index adding to its quarterly loss of around 6%, or its monthly loss, I should say, of around 6%. Also seeing a little bit of upside coming through in some of the Asian currencies, or the Korean won has just turned negative now. But we did hear from Malayan Bank here in Singapore saying that that slight beat coming through on the PMI data does give a little bit of an easing for some of these Asian currencies, which have had a terrible quarter. Let's flip the board and have a look at my chart, because it has been the worst quarter for Asian currencies since the Asian financial crisis in 1997, as we see central banks around the region really step up the pressure of having to act quicker and faster than perhaps they would want to get ahead of inflation and in line with the aggressive moves from the Fed. We've already heard from the Bank of Philippines saying that they will have more aggressive hikes, and Bank of Korea also saying that they may be following up a larger than usual hike in July. But this index of Asian currencies down about 4.5% over the quarter. It's worst since 1997, and we've seen big losses coming through in the likes of the peso, the Korean won, and even the Japanese yen, Danny, which, as we know, is not in this index, down by about 11% since March, and that is on that continued differential we're seeing between the Fed and the BOJ. Danny.
Jules, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Juliet Sally there in Singapore. U.S. National Security Council Coordinator John Kirby says there is no reason Russian President Vladimir Putin should view the bolstering of forces in NATO's eastern flank as a provocation. Here's more of what he told Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern in Madrid.
There's no reason that Mr. Putin needs to view any force posture changes on NATO's eastern flank as a provocation. NATO is, will be, always has been a defensive alliance. The reason we have to do this is because Mr. Putin has been the destabilizing influence on the continent. Mr. Putin decided to invade a sovereign neighboring state. Mr. Putin is the one who is the aggressor.
Let's get straight to the NATO summit in Madrid, where Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo is. So, Maria, final day of the summit. NATO allies are calling this historic. Walk us through what has actually been achieved.
Look, it is historic, and they say it is a shift in NATO strategy, going back to some ways combat mode. And a lot of this, of course, because of the instability that we're seeing in Eastern Europe. And what a reality check, if I may say, to European countries when it comes to taking for granted your security. We now have a country like Russia in 2022 trying by force to redefine the lines of another sovereign state. Now, yesterday, of course, NATO allies agreed to now define Russia as the most significant significant threat to NATO security. And I want to read you some of the language in that new document that was approved yesterday by NATO, because it is quite something. They say NATO allies believe that Russia is seeking to reestablish sphere of influence and control through coercion, subversion, aggression, and annexation. That is for Russia. Now, on top of this, there's a line on China, which is not as aggressive, is not as explicit, but it does say that China is a country that could be a challenge to future security. They are investing majorly in their military and their infrastructure. And of course, NATO once again expressing their disappointment that China has not condemned the war in Ukraine yet.
Maria, certainly a significant shift in the size and scale and capacity of NATO. Maria Tadeo there in Madrid. The team are on the ground throughout the day. Let's take a look at some of the key things that the market will be focused on today. At 10 a.m. UK time, we're going to get the unemployment number from the euro area, Danny, and then Italian PPI will be released. 1:30 p.m. we get a little bit more data from the US this time, including consumer income data and initial jobless claims. And Danny, what else have we got?
Well, later we're also going to get some earnings reports from the U.S. That includes Micron Technology, Constellation Brands, and Walgreens Boots. Are analysts too optimistic about the earnings picture? Goldman Sachs certainly thinks so, Manis.
Well, certainly consumer spending, Danny, that's coming off the boil, and that is one of the big topics in the equity market. Coming up in the show, we'll talk global markets, inflation, and the risks with Kiran Ganesh. He's multi-asset strategist at UBS Wealth Management. What to do in the second half of the year as you're battered in equities and bruised in commodities.
Oof, I don't envy Kieran answering that question from you. Also, Manis, later in the program, we're going to have more from China with President Xi Jinping set to arrive in Hong Kong for its 25th anniversary of Beijing rule. This is Bloomberg.
All unique. Without diversity, life would be excruciatingly dull. It's something worth celebrating. It's something that makes us stronger as communities, as businesses, and as individuals.
I see the benefits at Bloomberg on a daily basis. It's beyond flying that rainbow flag. It's about taking the discussions out into the world and making a genuine difference.
However you get your news.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia.
This is Bloomberg Technology. This is Bloomberg Green.
On TV, radio, and the web, this is Bloomberg.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
I think we now understand better. Honestly, this was unpredicted.
I think that there are forces that have been unleashed as a result of the pandemic, as a result of this massive geopolitical shock that we are facing now.
If we see greater persistence of inflation, our second round effects, then we will act more forcefully.
The path back to 2% inflation, while still sustaining a strong labor market, we believe we can do that.
As the uncertainty will clear on various accounts, we will have to certainly be less gradual.
It's quite clear that as we respond to this shock, we want to have those options on the table.
I think that, the bigger mistake to make, let's put it that way, would be to fail to restore price stability.
The all-star panel there of central bankers Jerome Powell, Christine Lagarde, and Andrew Bailey on the fight against inflation. They're, of course, speaking to Bloomberg TV anchor Francine Lacqua at an ECB panel in Portugal. Now, meanwhile, also at the event in Sintra, Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland President Loretta Mester says central banks must not be complacent about increases in long-term inflation expectations. Man, as she says, end of the year Fed funds rate could be as high as 3.5%, and then perhaps 4% next year.
Indeed. So the market's already setting up a battle royal there. Kieran Ganache is a multi-asset strategist for UBS Global Wealth Management. He is our guest this morning. Kieran, good morning. Just listening to the central bankers yesterday, it's interesting how Lagarde talks about the possibility of being less gradual. Loretta Mester says we are just at the beginning of raising rates. You, Mark, and the whole team, let's set out your stall for the second half of the year. The debate is this: how much more forceful do you think the Fed will be for the rest of this year? Let's contextualize, because the market's already pricing rate cuts by the end of next year.
Yeah, so I think it's all about what is the market going to perceive actions going to look like in 2023. I think for this year, the Fed is clearly going to be aggressive. We've talked about the 75 basis point hike to come, more to come later in the year as well. If we start to see some of those CPI prints surprising to the upside again over the course of the next couple of months, then the market will start pricing that, okay, rates may need to peak at a higher level and may not need those cuts in 2023. So I think that's going to be the key, because then you start to get into those scenarios where we potentially have a repeat of the first half of this year, in which you see Treasury selling off, that affecting growth stock valuation, stock selling off. So I think that's going to be the big question about where rates peak. Our view is still that we get a soft landing. That's our base case scenario, that we only assign a 40% probability to that. And that would be consistent in our view with growth of around earnings growth of around 0 for next year, avoiding recession, but still a pretty significant slowdown.
Kieran, if I could just go to the scenario you mentioned where there are cuts, can you walk me through why exactly that would happen? Because even if we get a recession, isn't that what the Fed wants to see to slow down growth, to bring it in line with supply? What would change on the supply side that means that they could start to cut and ease back on monetary policy?
Yeah, so I think if you think about our slump scenario where we put a 30% probability there, that would be where the Fed is increasing interest rates this year. The economy slows much more quickly than expected. You start to see that increase in unemployment. We're already starting to see some increases in jobless claims. That puts downward pressure on prices, on wages, and the economy is contracting in line with what we've seen in previous recessions, earnings getting cut by around 15% for next year. And I think in that scenario, the Fed is not going to be so worried about inflation, but they are going to be worried about trying to prop up the economy, and then they might feel more comfortable to cut rates. So it all depends on the severity of the slowdown in growth. I think the Fed will be comfortable with a modest contraction in growth, but a larger one than we think they would cut.
Yeah, it's very difficult to achieve a soft landing. If we look back in history, it's a near impossibility. As you look at the performance in commodities, down 28-30% since the beginning of the second quarter, equities under pressure. When you look across the asset classes, Kieran, where do you want to be upping your exposure, given that we're in a tightening cycle?
Yeah, so a few different areas. We think that to manage that risk that we get this continued stagflation dynamic, we think things like short duration bonds, things like hedge funds, we think are interesting areas. They can diversify portfolios, they can perform well, even if both equities and bonds are falling. And then within equities, we're focusing on some more defensive areas, things like healthcare, quality income stocks. We think that they can perform relatively well if we get an earnings recession. Dividends tend not to get cut as much as earnings during recessions. but also then thinking longer term in areas like private equity, some select areas of growth. China was mentioned on the show earlier. These are areas that we think are interesting for investors to think about over the longer term at this stage, because even though the next 6 to 12 months are particularly hard to call with a whole variety of different outcomes, valuations have come down significantly. So if you look on any of the sort of longer term metrics of potential performance, then we are in a better place now than we were at this time last year.
Yeah, Kieran, it is really easy to get caught up in the current doom and gloom of the worst start to the year for equities since the 1960s. You're talking about the longer term. What is the importance of being fully invested in this market right now versus the optionality of having cash?
Yeah, it's all about the right balance, because cash is an interesting area now in some ways, because interest rates have come up so much, and because you've got this dynamic where bonds and equities aren't necessarily diversifying each other so well. But equally, we know that behaviorally, if you're invested too heavily in cash, it's so easy to miss the rebound when it comes and then continually wait for the next drop, and then the market is much higher and you're into the next cycle. So it's all about balance. We tend to thinking about how much cash flow do investors need to draw from their portfolios over the next 3 to 5 years. Keep that invested in cash, short duration bonds, shorter term securities, and we think that can be the right balance between having that optionality, earning some yield, mitigating the risk of forced selling, but also keeping the majority of a portfolio for high net worth individuals invested for the longer term.
Kieran, thanks so much for joining us this morning, laying out all your scenarios. Manus, go ahead.
No, not at all. I think we squashed up against time there. Kieran, thank you very much. Kieran Ganache, multi-strategist over at UBS Wealth Management. Coming up on the show, NATO promises to beef up its forces as the alliance recommits to protecting Ukraine. More on the story.
Companies now, they're getting hundreds, maybe even thousands of applications. So software has come in to automate the process.
You want to write your resume for robots, not for humans. The only job your resume has is to be comprehensible to the software that is reading it, because that software or robot is going to decide whether or not a human ever gets their eyes on it.
These things are programmed by a certain segment of the population that might not be totally inclusive or not be fully aware.
Concerns about how this technology could exacerbate discrimination. For the FTC, I think foremost, the FTC needs to be making sure that we're fully understanding this technology.
We don't trust companies to self-regulate when it comes to pollution. We don't trust them to self-regulate when it comes to workplace comp. Why on earth would we trust them to self-regulate AI?
It's Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Manus Cranny in Dubai, Danny Berger in London. It's the big take, Danny, the modern-day bank robbery. How a novelty rapper, a startup bro, stole 120,000 bitcoins from Bitfinex, and a total worth more than $8 billion. I love it, $8 billion. As much as it has been a tale of meticulous heist, the antics of central figures in it captured the imagination of the world, didn't it?
Yeah, it did look this is the story of Heather Morgan, Ilya Lichtenstein. I really recommend reading it. It's, of course, she had dubbed herself the rapper Razzle Khan. If you haven't seen the video, she calls herself the Versace Bedouin. I'm going to be honest, Manis, I can't do it justice. So you got to head to the terminal NI Big Take Go or on Bloomberg.com. Certainly one to watch out for. Now, coming up on the program, we talk about Europe and the possibility for even higher inflation. This is Bloomberg.
Crypto, you have a world of young people that want their own financial system and their own culture. And it is very powerful, and I'm a big believer in it.
It's Daybreak Europe. I'm Menace Cranny in Dubai, Danny Berger in London with the stories that set your agenda.
Central bankers united, Jay Powell, Andrew Bailey, and Christine Lagarde all telling Bloomberg they are ready and willing to ramp up measures to combat price increases, which the ECB says may be here to stay.
I don't think that we're going to go back to that environment of low inflation. And I think that there are forces that have been unleashed as a result of the pandemic, as a result of this massive geopolitical shock that we're facing now, that are going to change the picture and the landscape within which we operate.
Activity recovery. Chinese manufacturing expands in June for the first time in 4 months as COVID curbs ease, but stocks in Asia fluctuate amid ongoing concerns over global growth. Plus, combat stance. NATO members commit to a 7-fold increase in battle-ready troops, its biggest upgrade since the end of the Cold War. Well, Manis, maybe it's not a hurricane on the horizon. Maybe the hurricane's already here. The worst start to the year for stocks since the 60s, the worst bond market on record, gasoline moving to record highs. I mean, will these skies clear up for the second half?
Well, maybe the saving grace is the commodity implosion. Down over 25% in the quarter, the worst since the global financial crisis. The genie's not going back in the bottle. That's a message from Christine Lagarde in terms of the paradigm. We're not going back to where we were pre-COVID, pre-war. That's over. And Danny, that narrative is what we need to think about in terms of how do you prepare for the second half of the year in 2023. Have a look at it. Bonds inching higher this morning. You have got, again, all of the inflation angst unwind. Let's have a look at the bond board. All of the inflation unwind in the 2022 spike. Bonds beginning to believe that central banks maybe are winning the fight against inflation. WTI up an eighth of 1%, although it's still the first monthly decline this year before the OPEC meeting. I think we're teeing ourselves up really for what the Biden MBS meeting will be about. Gasoline demand looks as if there's demand destruction in the US. Metals, the worst quarter since 2008. You're looking at the LME exchange up a third of 1% at the moment, down 23% in the quarter. And the dollar's up 6% as we go to the close of the quarter. The best quarter since 2016. Danny, can that endure?
Well, best quarter since 2016, worst quarter for stocks since the 1970s, and we are just limping in to the end of the first half. Negativity across both U.S. and European futures after little change yesterday. Perhaps a little bit of window dressing going on, but Manus, the one bright spot in this equity market this morning is China, up more than 1.5%. PMI is back above 50. PBOC says that they're going to remain supportive. Hopes for some travel in China, with Xi going to Hong Kong, of course, though still committing to COVID zero. Manus.
Yep, he's all in on that, no relenting. Danny, some of the world's most important central bankers, they're on stage at the ECB forum in Sintra 24 hours ago. Jerome Powell, Christine Lagarde, Andrew Bailey, Augustin Carstens, all striking a hawkish tone.
The U.S. economy is actually in pretty strong shape. So if you look back a year, the U.S. economy grew more than 5.5%.
We also have this recovery that is very much underway, that is certainly driven by services because of the swing that we've observed from goods.
When I look at the UK economy at the moment, it's very clear that the economy is now starting to slow. We are at something of a turning point in that respect.
The labor market is tremendously strong, still averaging very, very high job growth per month.
We have very low unemployment numbers, high employment participation.
So overall, the U.S. economy is well positioned to withstand tighter monetary policy, we think. Is there a risk that we would go too far? Certainly there's a risk. But I wouldn't agree that it's the biggest risk to the economy.
With Manus and me now is Josie Dent, managing economist at Center for Economics and Business Research. If I can find my words, Josie, thanks for joining us. Let's start here with the data. Yesterday, Spanish inflation comes in 10%. German inflation comes in lower than expected. What do you make of it?
Well, despite the German inflation being slightly lower than expected, inflation is on the rise across Europe. Of course, this is all caused by this massive geopolitical shock of the conflict in Ukraine, as well as other factors, including the lockdowns in Chinese cities, which are contracting and causing issues in supply chains, which is driving up prices for consumers. And there are several risks that inflation will accelerate even further, including the news recently of the possibility of gas supply disruptions. And if that occurred in the winter especially, it could cause a very difficult time at the end of this year and early next year, with potentially double-digit inflation. And so I think inflation is only going to continue accelerating this year. For the whole of the Eurozone, the inflation data is due tomorrow, and we are expecting an acceleration overall to about 8.4%, up from the 8.1% in May. And that could continue to rise throughout the year, although probably at a slower acceleration than we've seen thus far in the first half of the year.
Let's just pick up on, Josie, good morning, it's Manus. Let's just pick up on the slowing acceleration narrative that you put in there at the end. We were looking at the 5-year inflation swaps. They were on the chart just a moment ago. Let's bring them up. They're in the GTV library. Now, this is the US and the Euro 5-year forward. So this is an indication of a peaking in inflation, the worst behind us. Do you believe that? Do you think that that's an authoritative chart to work with?
I think, well, yeah, it reflects what I said in that we might have seen the biggest acceleration in inflation have already happened because we've already had the big issues from supply chain issues, which might ease if China eases its policy on zero COVID or opens up its cities as a result of COVID cases falling. So we could see the potential for supply chain disruptions to resolve. Of course, the war in Ukraine is incredibly difficult to predict. And if we do see a worsening of the conflict, including Russia turning off gas supply to Europe, then that would drive up inflation. But if that situation doesn't get worse, if potentially there was some kind of resolution towards the end of the year or an improvement in the political situation, then we might see inflation start to slow. So it really actually depends on what happens on the war in Ukraine and energy prices.
Well, to that point, Josie, if it is a gas crisis that continues to fold, especially in Germany, do you view it like like Robert Habeck says, that it could be a Lehman-like moment if gas comes down even lower than where it is at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge risk to the economy. I think a while back we forecasted 3 different scenarios, in particular for the UK, in terms of the war in Ukraine and how that would impact GDP and inflation. And gas turning off was part of our downside scenario in terms of it has a very high risk that inflation will accelerate, and also it will cause a contraction in GDP. And in particular, Germany, that is so dependent, in particular for its industry, on Russian oil and gas. We are already forecasting slower growth this year of 1.9%. It was 2.4% before, because of the risks that it faces as a result of weaker supply from Russia.
It's interesting. Lagarde talked about needing could be less gradual in their approach. Now, if you look at these inflation prints, 20% in Latvia, 10% in Spain. Yes, Germany, it might be getting better. Do you think we are underpricing the real need for a 50 basis points front-loaded, fast-acting hike in July?
I think it's incredibly difficult for central bankers at the moment because they've got to strike the right balance between attacking inflation, and the argument for a 50 basis point rise comes from, the inflation perspective, getting that under control. But ultimately, we're not going to bring inflation to 2% anytime soon, even if we attack inflation hard. And, the ECB is incredibly worried about a recession, which is quite likely. We're forecasting 3% growth for the year as a whole, but it's very possible that we'll get 2 quarters of contraction at some point later in this year. And so they have this weird balance to strike of attacking inflation, but also supporting the economy and not making a possible recession even worse. And so it's very difficult. They've got two factors opposing each other to consider when they're setting interest rates. We will see a rate increase
Josie,
in July.
Thank you very
and
much.
Possibly one in September as well. Yeah.
Indeed. And that's the base case, 25 basis points in each. And of course, the argument is, raising rates doesn't fix your supply side induced inflation problem. Josie, thank you very much. Josie Dent, Managing Economist at the Centre for Economics and Business Research. Our guest this morning on the reaction to Lagarde and the central banking comments in Sintra. Julia Talley is in Singapore. She has the first word news. Jules.
Thanks, Manus. The EU's chief Brexit negotiator says he won't contemplate a hard border on the island of Ireland. In an exclusive interview with Bloomberg, Maros Sefcovic said that the EU cannot accept Britain's plans to, quote, unilaterally and illegally amend the Northern Ireland Protocol. The UK introduced a bill into Parliament earlier this month to allow ministers to rip up part of the agreed framework.
I would not even consider these possibilities because this is definitely not in the cards. We are very clear with that, with our Irish friends. I think that was a huge point of preoccupation in the United States. I had a lot of meetings with the senators and congressmen in the White House, and we, under no circumstances, should put the gains of the peace process under question marks.
China's economy showed further signs of improvement in June, with a strong pickup in services and construction as COVID outbreaks and restrictions were gradually eased. The official non-manufacturing PMI climbed to 54.7, the highest in more than a year, and well above the consensus forecast of 50.5. The manufacturing gauge rose to expansion territory with a reading of 50.2. Grayscale says it is suing the US Securities and Exchange Commission after its application to convert its Bitcoin trust into an ETF was rejected. In a meeting with the SEC last month, Grayscale argued the plan would unlock as much as $8 billion in value for investors. The regulator found the proposal didn't do enough to prevent fraud and manipulation. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Danny.
Jules, thanks so much. Juliet Sally in Singapore. Coming up, NATO has promised to beef up its forces as it recommits to protecting Ukraine. More next. This is Bloomberg.
The Indian city of Jamnagar is a money-making machine for Asia's richest man, Mukesh Ambani. His company Reliance has the world's biggest oil refinery complex here in the city. Jamnagar is also where Ambani is making his newest bet, a $10 billion investment in green energy. His ambition is closely aligned with the Indian government's plan to reach net zero emissions by 2070. But Ambani is not alone. India's second richest man, Gautam Adani, has committed $20 billion of investment over the next decade. But India's massive dependencies on fossil fuels have some environmental advocates questioning the realism and sincerity of those green ambitions and those of its two biggest billionaires.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
Today, allies recommitted to the pledge we made in 2014 to spend at least 2% of GDP on defense.
Such countries as India and China, they're big countries, they're respectable countries, but if they want to be also leaders of the world, they must develop empathy and develop empathy now.
There's no reason that Mr. Putin needs to view any force posture changes on NATO's eastern flank as a provocation. NATO is, will be, always has been a defensive alliance.
I expect that allies will agree that China poses or is a challenge to our values, to our interests and to our security.
Some of the voices at the NATO summit in Madrid this week recommitting their pledges to protect Ukraine. NATO leaders agreed to put more than 300,000 troops on high alert, amping up its European defenses with extra forces. Joining us now from that summit in Madrid is Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo. So, Maria, we're reaching the end of a summit, NATO back in combat mode. What has fundamentally changed now?
Yeah, and some of the great voices, of course, that we've been speaking with over the past 48 hours alongside Anne-Marie Jourdan here in this very busy NATO summit. And yesterday, Danny, I think you're very right. It's NATO that's now hinted and very explicitly, I would say, that it is back to combat mode. It is back on being on the defensive because of the instability that we're seeing in Eastern Europe. And the Secretary General was very clear yesterday. Allies now view Russia as the most direct and significant threat. Some of the language around the Russian Federation yesterday very striking. It says this is a country that now wants to reestablish some of its sphere of control on neighbors, and it's doing so by being aggressive and through annexation. A big reality check for European countries to see in 2022 a country like Russia by force trying to redraw the lines of another sovereign state. So for NATO, it is back to combat mode, a reality check, as I say, and of course that will also mean from now on taking that 2% defense spending is going to be a big priority for Europeans in particular. They don't want to take security for granted anymore.
No, they don't. New York Times leads with a point that it's a blow to Putin that Turkey won't bar Sweden and Finland from joining NATO. What is the narrative around China? How does NATO respond to the growing influence there?
Yeah, and Manis, to your point, yesterday we heard from the President of the United States go to Mr. Erdogan of Turkey to say thank you so much for facilitating Sweden and Finland joining the alliance, which now have been formally invited to enter NATO as the 31st and 32nd members of this alliance. Now, when it comes to China, there was also a big reference in that document that sets out the agenda for the next 10 years of NATO. The language, perhaps, it wasn't as aggressive as it was on on Russia, but it was very explicit. It does say that China in the future could be a challenge to NATO. It does talk about the major infrastructure spending that they're doing, the buildup of the military, and also once again repeats NATO is disappointed by the fact that China has not condemned this war on Ukraine. They also worry about some of the support that the Chinese could provide to Russia, not just financially perhaps in the future, but also military as the war continues.
Maria, thank you very much. Maria today there at the NATO summit in Madrid. Full coverage from Maria and Anne-Marie Jordan throughout the day. To OPEC and its allies, they are meeting today and they're expected to ratify a supply increase for August. But the traders are likely to be more focused on what the cartel does after that. The decision may ultimately hinge on the President Biden's trip, that is, to Saudi Arabia next month, when he's expected to look at help in bringing prices down. Senior U.S. energy advisor Amos Hochstein hopes OPEC will do more to boost supply. Take a listen.
I think that the first step of them announcing additional supplies a few weeks ago was step one. I'm very hopeful that you and I can have this conversation about step two sometime in the near future.
Amos Hochstein there with Anne-Marie Jordan on the rooftops at NATO. From there to Dubai, Anthony DePaolo is our energy markets reporter. So Amos, I think, teeing everything up very nicely for the Biden trip, that was step one a couple of weeks ago. He hopes that OPEC Plus will move to step two of oil supply boost. What is step two?
Yeah, I think that's the hope. And right now we're in kind of that gray area where the market is looking for a little bit more. Consumers are looking for a little bit more because we've still got those high gasoline prices. We've still got concerns that demand is increasing. Of course, that's a good sign as we're coming back from coronavirus, as economies are still opening up and moving. But there are those concerns that supply is going to peter out. And that it's not going to be enough to meet that demand going forward, and that's going to keep those prices high. So that's a real concern. Of course, for the president, his concern is very much more near term. November, those midterm elections.
Yep.
He wants to get the prices down now, get some of that sentiment going. That would be a lot of sentiment if OPEC did say it was going to put some more oil on the market. So it's that hope, that step one, like Amos said. Danny?
Hope, but what will likely be the reality of today's OPEC Plus meeting?
Well, today, again, as Manna said, we're looking forward more to what that next step is. Today is going to be that increase that they agreed to last month. They agreed to an increase of 600,000+ barrels a day. Of course, OPEC members have been having trouble producing up to their quotas, so we're not going to see that much coming into the market. A lot of the analysts were telling us earlier this month that it was going to be only about 200,000 barrels, so that's really dragging and trailing what demand is in the market. But we're really expecting them to ratify that decision that was already made, a higher increase in August. That then runs out all the production cuts that OPEC Plus had decided during the coronavirus. So we'll be back to kind of a level basis, and then it gets really interesting after we're through August and into September and what they decide to do for the rest of the year, Danny.
Anthony, thank you very much. Bloomberg's energy market reporter Anthony DePaolo there. Manis.
Coming up in the show, we're going to round off with Xi is not for turning. China's president vows to continue his zero-COVID policy, even as the June factory activity disappoints. We have more on the story right here.
What's happening on Wall Street?
It's the basic law of economics.
It validated what the market was already pricing.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insights.
David, you just hit the nail right on the head.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
And that's the way you run good risk management.
It's a challenging dynamic. We could continue to see that kind of strength.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week premieres Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
It's Daybreak Europe from Dubai with me, Manus Cranny, and Danny Berger in London. Well, President Xi Jinping, Danny, is promising to stick to the COVID-0 policy, saying strategies such as herd immunity would have unimaginable consequences. And it comes just as the Chinese leader is set to arrive in Hong Kong for the 25th anniversary of Beijing rule. Let's get to our China economy reporter, Tom Hancock. Tom, are you bullish on the reading of manufacturing and services numbers? No pressure on the core.
Well, what we saw from the PMI data today is that there is a recovery underway in the Chinese economy, and that's mainly because virus cases have fallen. So cities around the country have been able to ease their lockdowns. But the PMI is just a month-on-month indicator, and it doesn't tell us what the year-on-year high-frequency data is telling us, which is that the economy is still not where it was at the same time last year. So there's still some way to go to call it a real full recovery from the lockdowns earlier this year.
Manus, that's what you call the answer of an objective journalist. And at the same time, Tom, we got Xi. He's set to arrive in Hong Kong for the 25th anniversary of Beijing rule. He's traveling. There are hopes more traveling is going to happen in China in general. What are the details around this?
Well, this is obviously a really symbolic moment, the anniversary of Hong Kong being handed back to China, and Xi is going to come and put his stamp on the inauguration of the new leader in Hong Kong. And I think the message that he's going to give with the new administration, we don't know what he'll say or if he'll say anything, but the overall message is that they don't want to see any protests, they're not going to tolerate dissent, but they are going to try and build more houses and make life a bit more affordable for Hong Kong people. So that's the offer. Whether or not Hong Kong people like that offer, we'll have to see if emigration continues, and that will be the best metric, whether people stay in the city or if they leave.
Well, the debate is going to be at what pace they step back from zero COVID. Yesterday was all about quarantine, but quarantine and zero COVID, they're probably two very different things. One is about international access, and the other is about how do you manage society. What did you take away from it?
Well, as I said earlier, you know, the virus cases have come down really strongly in China since the lockdowns that we saw in March and April. And what Xi is basically saying is that our strategy works, even against Omicron. People thought that it wouldn't work, but it has worked. And so he thinks that overall it's worth continuing with. And, you know, things will be adjusted at the margin, but that's the message.
Tom? Thank you very much. Bloomberg's Tom Hancock there. And Manus, the one standout today, China outperforming. Otherwise, in risk markets, it's an ugly end to the first half of the year.
Absolutely. But I say to you, Danny, go back to the break-evens in Europe, in the United States of America. So central banks, they are having a little bit of an impact at this stage. Bloomberg Markets Europe is up next.
It's almost the end of the year, but Bali is still quiet and empty. I am here in Kuta Legian, one of the main walking streets here that is used to be a tourist spot for beach, dining, shopping, but many shops here are still closed. Most of the outlets are either for rent or for sale as they have run out of business.
Saya kerjanya di sini udah lama, udah ada 10 tahunan di sini kerja. Masih sepi sih, nggak kayak dulu. Kalau dulu kan rame, sekarang ya ada, 1-2 itu ada. Tapi nggak kayak dulu, kalau dulu rame sekali. Sekarang paling dapat jualan ya 100, 120 gitu. 200 ya. Kalau dulu sih ya nyampe ada 1 juta, 1,5 itu nyampe dapat jualan. Bisa sampai 2 juta dulu. Sekarang nggak pernah lagi dapat segitu, sama aja. Belum ada turis ke Bali, masih ya domestik aja.
While Bali has reopened its borders for foreign tourists since October, they're still not coming in. Many international airlines are yet to reinstate their direct flight to the island. Balinese people here really hope they can see more people from Australia, China, and Europe to come visit next year.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
Good morning. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets Europe. I'm Anna Edwards, live in London. Mark Cudmore, our Markets Live managing editor, joins us to take us through all of the market action this hour. The cash trade is just less than an hour away. Here are your top headlines. Central bankers united. Jay Powell, Andrew Bailey and Christine Lagarde say they're ready to ramp up measures to fight price pressures, but they warn of a new era of higher inflation.
I don't think that we're going to go back to that environment of low inflation. And I think that there are forces that have been unleashed as a result of the pandemic, as a result of this massive geopolitical shock that we are facing now, that are going to change the picture and the landscape within which we operate.
Activity recovery. Chinese manufacturing expands in June for the first time in 4 months as COVID curves ease. Ongoing concerns over global growth, however, leave Asian stocks mixed. Plus, combat stance. NATO members commit to a 7-fold increase in battle-ready troops, its biggest upgrade since the end of the Cold War. We are live in Madrid. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets Europe, everybody. It's just gone 7 a.m. here in London. Mark is with us here in London, of course. And I wonder, good morning, Mark, what are the markets saying to you?
Good morning, Anna. Well, I'm happy today because you're back in the show.
I am.
And I also get to use the word shenanigans, which I just love that word because it is month end, quarter end, half end. We get some funny moves in markets, and the tendency of market participants is to try to interpret big long-term themes to the short-term moves. And I think we'll see a lot of that today.
OK, we'll see a lot of that today. Shenanigans in markets. We'll try not to overuse the word, but it is fun. Right, we're just under an hour away from the start of cash equities trading in Europe. So let's have a look at the futures picture then. We saw a European equity market picture that was weaker yesterday. In fact, we closed down on a sort of weaker tone than the US markets did. US stocks had their 3rd day in a row of losses, a choppy session there. So European futures pointing lower, US futures also pointing a little bit lower. Nasdaq futures down by 0.8%, E-minis down by 0.7%. Again, the same things dominate our list of concerns. Recession fears, tightening by central banks. We got some data out yesterday in the US that weighed on sentiment, personal spending data, the weakest since the pandemic, at the same time as central bank chiefs, so Jay Powell in this case, saying that the US economy is strong enough to take the rate hikes. So we will certainly focus on all of those themes. Mark, what do you see in the GMM?
So there are 3 things to draw attention to in the GMM today. Mainly, we're seeing yields lower again. We're seeing bonds do well. That was the really big theme out of yesterday. And again, I think there's a fundamental story here that the idea that inflation might have peaked and it's time to kind of get some duration for the summer. But it's also, I said, this month-end rebalancing is really adding extra kind of nitro to this trade. That might continue today, and there might be a little bit of a correction next week. The next theme is, if you look at that equities column, look at Chinese equities. Look how well they're doing. Plus 1.8% for the CSI 300 on the day, whereas the Nikkei is down down minus 1.5%. The reason I draw attention to those two at the top of the GMM and the equities column is that's where the big data surprises were today. We saw services PMI out of China come in very strong, and yet we saw industrial production in Japan miss by the most ever and fall the most year on year since the pandemic 2 years ago. The final thing I want to draw attention to is the yuan is also doing well in the FX column, generally pretty quiet in FX today. Part of this, though, I think is a really interesting story, and I guess it goes into Chinese equities as well, is the removal of an asterisk. Now, when have you seen that drive markets? But the fact is that China, a day after they kind of shortened the COVID requirements for quarantine, they also, for domestic travel, said you could remove the asterisks in local travellers if they came from a high-risk area. And that has suddenly exploded domestic bookings of hotels and travel. And I think that's quite a big thing for the Chinese economy as well.
Yeah, never think that punctuation is not important. Right, let's get back to the macro themes, and we'll return to what Mark is saying, focusing rightly there on the Chinese developments in just a moment. Now, top central bankers spoke to Bloomberg TV's Francine Lacroix at an ECB panel where they discussed the changing international economic landscape.
The U.S. economy is actually in pretty strong shape. So if you look back a year, the U.S. economy grew more than 5.5%.
We also have this recovery that is very much underway. That is certainly driven by services because of the swing that we've observed from goods.
When I look at the UK economy at the moment, you know, it's very clear that the economy is now starting to slow. We are at something of a turning point in that respect.
The labor market is tremendously strong, you know, still averaging very, very high job growth per month.
We have very low unemployment numbers, high employment participation.
So overall, the U.S. economy is well positioned to withstand tighter monetary policy, we think. Is there a risk that we would go too far? Certainly there's a risk. But I wouldn't agree that it's the biggest risk to the economy.
Central bankers there talking to our colleague Francine Lacroix then. A good place to jump off then for a conversation about these markets. Let's talk about the markets in 3 minutes. And Mark, did you take away important messages about where central banking goes? Is there a sense that we are adjusting for inflation to stay at maybe elevated levels for a longer period? What did you take away from all this central banking speak this week?
Yeah, I thought actually that quote from Lagarde was one of the most important points. I mean, the ECB, we came to this year with people kind of going, we've got an inflation problem, but the ECB, they'll never kind of turn hawkish. Lagarde saying we've changed to a world where inflation is staying here for longer. We're not going back to the low inflation world. I think that was a very big takeaway.
Yeah, so that's a big takeaway. Back to what's going on in the markets today, and you've pointed to the removal of the asterisk over in China, which is important in travel documentation there. You take that out and it means people will feel more free to move around China. We've seen a pickup then in the services PMI, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that reflects a period where we hadn't even seen very much reopening of the Chinese economy. So that's being seen as a positive. But do you listen to what Xi says, or do you look at the actions? Because if you look at the Chinese leadership and what they're actually saying, they're still talking tough on COVID.
Yeah, I think that we care about the actions because I think the story earlier on this year was that we were getting great rhetoric of promising stimulus policy support that wasn't really coming through as much as people wanted. And now in COVID, I think it's the situation of a slight opposite. We're still focusing on actions, but we're actually getting more than the rhetoric is promising. And I think people care about this. But again, it's just the fact that we're making small gestures in the right direction. People want to get enthused by the China trade. We've been talking about this for a few months. People are getting on board. The property sector is still a big concern in China, so they're not going to run away. But I think the China outperformance trade has worked well in the first half. I think it'll work really well in the second half again.
Okay, I was going to ask you about how linked are Chinese stocks and the Chinese reopening story, because obviously there is a link, but we've done a bit of recovery in the Chinese stock story already, and there is this overhang from property debts.
I'm really glad you asked that question, because look, the Chinese equities thing isn't really so much a domestic economy story. So it's not contingent on the reopening. It's more contingent on where policy is going to direct liquidity. And I think that is very much towards the Chinese stock market. They want a win before the National People's Congress later on this year, and that's where they want to win, because they can't generate a win in the property market because they're trying to deleverage that sector.
Thinking about the fight against inflation, the Riksbank is ahead. Now, do we just call for 50 basis points now as standard?
Yeah, we don't even think about it, just 50 basis points done. Maybe in a month or two we'll start going, ooh, 75 basis points is the new 50 basis points. But now 50 basis points is standard. I don't think we'll get any more than that today. But A week ago, people thought 25 basis points, now 50 basis points is the lock.
There's a little bit of good news on inflation if you're looking at the margin at oil prices. Oil prices heading for their first monthly drop since November. Hard to get excited about that when Brent is still at 116.
Yeah, well, and we've got OPEC Plus today, and we don't really care. I find it mind-boggling. Like, we're in a global energy crisis, and we've stopped caring about OPEC Plus, and I think that's because they've lost their power. They've been promising so much and not delivering. They're like the Chinese government. They're not delivering the stimulus that came through. OPEC Plus is not delivering the oil they keep on promising to the market.
OK, a lot to talk about then. Should we explain to the viewer why we're suddenly sitting down, Mark?
Yeah, I think...
is that a good idea?
Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea.
Because I broke my ankle. You might catch...
It's well hidden, isn't it, by the podium? I quite like it.
You might catch...
For a chair for the past month here in London, and I did have to organise that Anna had an accident just so I got this. Actually, that sounds a bit sinister. I'm going to take it back, actually.
That's exactly
Strike
how
that
it
from the record. That was not said on live TV.
It was actually not that interesting. I broke my ankle walking, which I think is just really tragic. Right, remember, you can get up-to-date analysis and insight from Mark and the rest of the Markets Live team. MLIV Go is the function to use on the Bloomberg terminal. Let us get a Bloomberg First Word News update. Here's Laura Wright. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, Anna. The EU's chief Brexit negotiator says he won't contemplate a hard border on the island of Ireland. In an exclusive interview with Bloomberg, Maros Sefcovic said the EU can't accept Britain's plans to, quote, unilaterally and illegally amend the Northern Ireland Protocol. The UK introduced a bill into Parliament earlier this month to allow ministers to rip up part of the agreed framework.
I would not even consider these possibilities because this is definitely not in the cards. We are very clear with that, with our Irish friends. I think that was a huge point of preoccupation in the United States. I mean, I had a lot of meetings with the senators and congressmen in the White House, and we, under no circumstances, should put the gains of the peace process under question marks.
China's economy showed further signs of improvement in June with a strong pickup in services and construction as COVID outbreaks and restrictions were gradually eased. The official non-manufacturing PMI climbed to 54.7, the highest in more than a year and well above the consensus forecast of 50.5. The manufacturing gauge rose to expansion territory. Car makers increased their UK production for the first time in almost a year as record petrol prices helped accelerate the shift to electric vehicles. Industry data showed output rose 13% in May, with EV output more than doubling. The number of cars produced was still only around half the pre-pandemic level for the month. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg. Mark, Anna.
Laura, thanks very much. Laura Wright here in London. Now, coming up on the programme, NATO promises to beef up its forces as it recommits to protecting Ukraine. We're live at that meeting in Madrid. Plus, we will speak to the CEO of the jet maker Bombardier about travel demand, supply chain concerns and plenty more. Don't miss that conversation after 7:30 a.m. UK time. Up next, we talk global markets, inflation and risks with Oliver Blackburn from Janus Henderson. If you have any of your own questions, please do send them in to us. IB plus TV Go, that's the function to use to get in touch on your Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg.
When you think of cutting-edge technology at sea, you might be thinking of stuff like this. But there's an incoming revolution on the high seas that isn't quite as sexy, but could be significantly more impactful.
Container shipping is the key component of global trade. About 80 or 90% of all the world's goods are transported at sea at some point.
But there's a significant unseen cost to the modern era of global commerce.
About 3% of all the world's CO2 emissions come from shipping.
3% may not sound like a lot, but that's roughly comparable to the entire CO2 output of Germany. Since reducing trade isn't a likely option, what about a technological improvement to help reduce the emissions from these well-stocked maritime behemoths?
Stocked early enough all these precious materials you were just mentioning, and we were on the lucky side that our prognosis was spot on in a way, forecasting what kind of material we would need and what quantity we would need.
I think we now understand better how little we understand about inflation.
That's not very reassuring.
No, honestly, this was unpredicted.
I think that there are forces that have been unleashed as a result of the pandemic, as a result of this massive geopolitical shock that we're facing now.
If we see greater persistence of inflation, that's second round effects, then we will act more forcefully.
The path back to 2% inflation while still sustaining a strong labor market, we believe we can do that.
As the uncertainty will clear on various accounts, we will have to certainly be less gradual.
It's quite clear that as we respond to this shock, we want to have those options on the table.
I think that, the bigger mistake to make, let's put it that way, would be to fail to restore price stability.
That was Fed Chair Jerome Powell, ECB President Christine Lagarde, and BIS General Manager Augustin Carstens warning of longer-lasting inflation at the ECB Forum in Sintra. Joining us now is Oliver Blackburn, Janus Henderson Portfolio Manager, with his thoughts on the markets. Oliver, really nice to see you on set with us here in London. Let me ask you about, we've spent the last few days taking soundings in Portugal at Sintra around central bank policy, and a lot of reflection there about what we do and don't understand about inflation. And it's such a dominant theme at the moment. Has your thinking around what we do and don't understand about inflation come a long way over the last sort of 12 months? We heard Carstens was talking about how we haven't focused enough on supply chain disruptions, and that's what's become such a big issue over the last 12 months.
Yeah, I think what's really changed in the last 12 months is that people initially expected a big spike in inflation, but a very sort of narrow spike that would be over quite quickly. Instead, what we're seeing is it's morphing from being something that was entirely driven by a sort of a goods demand side problem that was about supply chains, that then became about energy costs, to something that is much more about what's happening in the services sector. It's about tight labour markets, and it's about that reopening demand that's driving a switch from being demand for goods to demand for services. And that's changed sort of the expectation for inflation from being a sort of a short, sharp spike to being more of a sort of a prolonged wave, something that could remain higher for longer.
Oliver, when you say that, it annoys me, not because of what you said, well, it's the content, the idea that we've had to relearn what we knew as fact 20 years ago, that in central bank targeting inflation meant targeting inflation expectations. So if you had a high inflation reading for a while, it would feed through to services, it would feed through to stickier stuff. And it seems like we suddenly forgot it, and central banks abandoned it. So do you think they've actually properly relearned the lesson? Or where are we in this learning process? Are they in grade one and we still need to get through like secondary school and university of them relearning economics?
I think it's tough for central banks when you've had a decade in which the Phillips curve is essentially being dead, and now we're starting to see that coming back into play. Tight labour markets leading to higher wages. And that's something that central banks had hoped they would see over the last decade, and it didn't come true. So to say that we've had a change in the shape of that curve, to then argue that it is again changed in quite such a short period of time, I think is a difficult argument for central banks to make and to stick to as sort of...
So Oliver, can I jump in again there? Like on the Phillips curve, do you think it's the Phillips curve that is now working again? Or do you think it's the fact that people are demanding more wages, not just because we've had a hot jobs market, because we've had that before in the last 20 years, and we've not seen that rise in wages, as you mentioned. It's because we're getting high inflation prints. Like, inflation expectations leads to higher wage demands, more so than the hot labour market. Do you not think that might be the case?
I think it's well known that inflation has a sort of an autocorrelation. It has a feedback loop. So when we get higher inflation, it tends to beget higher inflation because it feeds through into wages. And the issue for central banks is they just don't know how much it was going to feed through into wages. And ultimately, we haven't seen this sort of behaviour in the labour market. It's not just about the labour market being tight. It's also the fact we're starting to see that Labour feels it has more power now to engage with companies. You're seeing greater unionisation coming through in the US. You're seeing more action in the UK, for example, in terms of strike action. So it is a change of behaviour that I think central banks are still responding to. But yes, it has been driven by higher inflation coming through from the goods side to start off with.
Yeah, and some of the conversations we've had with economists have talked about how it was difficult to understand how to deal with that stock of savings that people had built up and how that would then flow back into the economy over what time frame. And you could really have different assumptions and create very, very different outcomes on that front. Let me ask you about earnings, back to the markets, because clearly what happens with inflation is important here. I wonder what you think the earnings picture is currently pricing in. What does it tell us about what is the relationship between stocks and earnings at this point, and what's in the mix?
So, if maybe I start from the stock side first, we've seen equities come down a long way because valuations have reset. We've not really seen anything in terms of the earnings side yet. Analysts have yet to really start downgrading earnings. If you look at forecasts for the end of this year, the end of next year, and the end of the year after. The concern is that having had this valuation compression because of rising real yields around the world and interest rates going up, what looks like to be a long way over the rest of this year, we're going to get recession at some point, and we can't find any evidence of any sort of slowdown or recession coming through in analyst forecasts right now. And that's not unusual.
Sounds worrying.
Well, yeah, it's not unusual because analysts tend to be late. They don't tend to be ahead of recession. Even economists don't tend to predict recessions. But it's the next danger for equities is that we move from what has been a valuation compression to one that is about earnings falling as well. And that it's one of the reasons we are still cautious on equity markets at the moment.
Oliver, you're kind of clearly talking my book here. We're not to have you back on the show every day. You're saying that both equity analysts and economists are a little bit slow and late to these themes, and I agree completely. Can I ask which equity market is most vulnerable to that equities earnings story that you talk about, the idea that it's not really pricing in the growth slowdown?
To be honest, we think that a number of different markets are going to have problems. The US looks like it's vulnerable, but so does Europe. They've both got potential recessions to deal with. Japan also tends to be a cyclical market. So to us, we're looking to be underweight each of those markets because they've all got problems, whether it's, the US has an earnings story, but it also has a potential valuation compression as well. Valuations there have reset to something like maybe a fair value if you're looking over the last decade, but they could still come lower into a recession. Europe probably potentially has a deeper recession ahead of it, particularly if Russia decides to shut off the natural gas supply. So those are the areas that we're tending to be underweight. We're tending to look to be more overweight areas where we've either got cheaper valuations or more defensive areas like the UK, or in China, where we've just got a completely different cycle going on.
And we will pick up on that conversation next around China and other investment strategies. Oliver, thank you very much. Stay with us. Oliver Blackburn, Janice Henderson, Portfolio Manager, here with us on set this morning. Now, coming up on the programme, a landmark summit for NATO as the alliance promises to bolster forces on its eastern flank, issues membership invitations to Finland and Sweden, and names China as a new strategic challenge. We're live in Madrid next. This is Bloomberg.
Front Row, exclusive interviews with the most influential figures in finance. Lloyd Blankfein.
Deflation is a terrible thing. Inflation you could tolerate.
Kathy Wood.
Tesla will be in the pole position to dominate.
Jeremy Grantham.
We've had a very, very abnormal honeymoon Goldilocks period.
First available on the Bloomberg Terminal, then on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg.com. Front Row, the best seats in the house for business's greatest minds.
Today, allies recommitted to the pledge we made in 2014 to spend at least 2% of GDP on defense.
Such countries as India and China, they're big countries, they're respectable countries, but if they want to be also leaders of the world, they must develop empathy and develop empathy now.
There's no reason that Mr. Putin needs to view any force posture changes on NATO's eastern flank as a provocation. NATO is, will be, always has been a defensive alliance.
I expect that allies will agree that China poses or is a challenge to our values, to our interests and to our security.
Some of the high-profile attendees there at the NATO summit taking place in Madrid, speaking to Bloomberg. Joining us now from the final day of the summit is Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo. Good morning to you, Maria. So we're reaching the end of this summit then in Madrid. It's put NATO back towards combat mode, I suppose. What's fundamentally changing then? What new news has emerged from this NATO summit?
Yes, Anna, and you know, it is back to combat mode. It is back to being ready, to being prepped for this. The Secretary